station is Osaka.
From the busy streets of Bangkok in Thailand all the way up to Osaka, that is the journey in which all of these players are ready to embark upon here in stage 1 of the APL. And of course, we're here for Asia, a second night in the row. Pengu, we had so much fun last night. We saw a lot of big, crazy moments, and tonight it just gets juicier and juicier.
It will be. A big question mark we always have for APL in particular is, the first couple of play days with the roster changes, the meta changes, what teams are looking like they got to figure it out, and which ones are still learning. So yesterday kind of gave us a small snippet of where teams are level-wise, and today, day number 2, we'll just kind of solidify that position.
Yeah, very much so. It's still early days, but let's have a look at how the standings are shaping up. Of course, we play through our group stage. Each team plays 7 best of ones in our round robin. They play all of the other teams. At the end of that, we go to stage finals where the top teams play it off for that grand spot at EWC. The championship here in Asia only gives 1 spot to the Esports World Cup.
Yeah.
Weibo currently sitting at the top with a dominant 7-1 first results, and I think nobody is surprised by that. Weibo are by far the favored team. In kickoff, Nick, they didn't even drop a single map. They looked untouchable, and it could very well be the same case here, despite having a roster change coming into stage 1.
Yeah, I think the top 6 is actually quite exciting. Right? Weibo, Soulsport, Orchid, Daystar, Element, Fury. I feel like majority of those teams can fight for, the different spots. Weibo should be locked in that top 2 category, but the entire rest of the bracket is super open here for Asia.
Yeah, very much so. A team to keep an eye on is Team Orchid, who got very close to making it to the major in Salt Lake City, but they got stopped dead in their tracks yesterday when this moment happened.
Yeah.
They were playing through their match against HL Tari, another Thai roster. They looked really solid until they all ran into this Nitro Cell. The Pulse, assisted by the increased range and the new buff, a Nitro Cell, insane. What a beautiful play. And it goes to show, even in what should be a pretty one-sided match, such as Orchid versus HL Tari, you can never count out the underdogs in APL.
No, you cannot. And with that also, C4 clutch there. That was the last round that HL Tori actually won yesterday up against Orchid. So that was like the big finale round for them. But here's the schedule. Today's matches. We're going to start off with Fury versus Psychic Company. A matchup that I feel like could be quite exciting because both teams showed us what they are good at, but also a couple of weaknesses that split into yesterday's matches.
Yeah, for sure. For me, the highlight today is really going to be at that 9 p.m. AST matchup. Daystar versus Team Orchid. It's a huge kickoff lower bracket final rematch. So that was the game where Daystar ended coming back, taking down Orchid, and therefore making it to the Salt Lake City Major instead of that Thai roster. Other shout out to would be Elevate versus Weibo, which is 3 players from Team Singapore in the Esports Nations Cup, 2 on Elevate and 1 on Weibo, as well as Hysterics and Speakeasy going up against each other, former teammates. Exciting times ahead, of course. But let's start with our first game of the day. Like you said, Fury versus Psychic Company. Psychic Company, a roster that you might not be familiar with if you've just tuned in after not watching last night. But yeah, it's a new name, a new organization for the former Unreal Nightmare roster. They came through and qualified for the APL through the Challenger Series at the start of this year under the name 7th Heaven, and they have made a hell of a lot of roster changes since then. but they had a tough opening game against Weibo.
Yeah.
They might have won the first round, credit to them, but they lost every single round after that.
Yeah, and if you had a very quick glance at the operator bans, what Weibo did here is they banned the mute when they were the attack inside, and they are forcing something like, you know, the Lion, the Solid Snake, the Deimos, and then Muncie as well for the first 3, and just were storming the building, gap finding and picking apart Saikin so easily. They were not ready for yesterday's matchup, but that's Weibo, the most aggressive team, the most confident team that is in the entire region here of Asia. It should get easier from this point forward. Saikin, you know, 2 rounds today, 3 rounds today, 4 rounds today, start working up that scoreline. And Neon, the is in the screen right here individually, just has to get a little bit of a better game. I think he went 1-8 against Weibo yesterday.
Yeah, looks like him started off pretty roughly in that first game, but like you said, they're up against the Kings. This time they're up against Fury, and it's not the Fury that you might recall from previous years. The only remaining player from that old roster is Dark. The rest of this Thai roster is brand spanking new. Of course, we have some familiar faces like Farlord and Roldini, who have played for Fury and other Thai teams in the past.
Yeah.
But Damon, who's a rebranded name for Pyamin, if you remember him from Kickoff. And of course, right front and center, Labyrinth. How can we forget about Labyrinth, the #1 player from APAC for the 1v1 Now tournament last year? He was a champion of that tournament and then went on to play internationally at the 6th Invitational, only to fall in the grand final to Salim Shady from Turkey.
Yeah, and the way that he was, you know, making it all that way and being so successful, he kept playing Lee Sin and Ying shotgun in that 1v1 tournament. Then in yesterday's matchup, he actually found himself with the Ying shotgun on the attack and was in a maybe clutch potential 1 versus 2. And I was thinking, he's gonna do it again, he's gonna clutch for his team. But no, they were shot down. Soul's Heart up against Fury yesterday was not a fair matchup. It was the Soul's Heart clutching left, right, and center, and they had so many positions where they were not supposed to win, but they did. So that 3-7 loss to Soul's Heart yesterday for Fury doesn't reflect the full picture. I think Fury played much better than that 3-7 scoreline indicates.
Yeah, and we saw that at the start of the match. Fury got up ahead nice and early on their defensive side. As soon as they swapped onto the attack of Bank, they just could not hold a candle to Soul's Heart. Both of these teams in our first match here today, Pengu, are looking to bounce back after a loss yesterday. But realistically, what do we think? Who are likely to win this? I mean, in Kickoff, you look at the Saiken roster when they played for Unreal Nightmare, they ended up 6th place. Fury ended up 7th place. So in a way, we are talking about 2 teams that have struggled to take flight so far this year in their APL campaigns.
And that is the question, right? Like, who's going to be the better team? And it's why this matchup is so interesting to me. Psyche versus Weibo Gaming. Come on, we all know who's going to win that. Fury versus Soul's Heart, you're probably going to give a slight favor to Soul's Heart, but this feels much more evenly matched. I think as Saikin, they are a team with the, you know, coaching staff that can go back and look upon yesterday's loss and learn from that and do a lot better today. That's going to be how they find their stride. They have to look at every loss and every round and get better from those positions.
Yeah, for sure. Now, yesterday we saw Fury play Bank. We saw Saiken play Chalet. Where will we be going tonight? Of course, in our best of 1, let's roll up that map, Vito, and have a look. I'm looking back at last stage's results. Saiken, they managed to beat HL Tauri on Chalet and Lab, so perhaps that would be a target for them. No, it's in fact Consulate that we go to. Neither of these teams have played it as of yet in this stage.
It's one of the few maps where his starting side is still incredibly strong because it's so defender favored typically. So the fact that, you know, Saikin are happy to pick it and have Fury start on defense, to me that's really scary because you're pretty much saying, hey, we're okay with starting down 2-4 and then we're gonna have a very strong defensive side ourselves. When you had a 1-7 loss yesterday, starting down an expected 2-4 position or maybe even 1-5 position, that can be hard for the mental. So the Saikin players, it's gonna be all about believing that you got this in the bag come side swap.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this ends up being a very defender-sided game. If we roll back the clock and look at Kickoff, we actually did get to see both these teams play Consulate. Saiken played it against Soul's Heart. They unfortunately lost that 7-3. But Fury, man, they got decimated 7-1. They only won a single round, and it was on that defensive side. Today, Fury start on the defense against Saiken Company to kick off Play Day 2 here of APL Asia. A chance for both of these teams to get their first win on the board, and a much-needed one at that. Fury yet to find a single win outside of that 7th place decider at the end of Kickoff here since making those big roster changes. They are yet to have a win on stream. So they'll certainly be gunning to try and change that tonight.
A lot of talk about the meta right now and how many strong attack and operators that we have available to us. We talk about the Grim, the Capital, Dokkaebi, the Shields. There are so many ways to pick apart these kinds of maps. But on the flip side, with the smoke bank being shown very early here from Saiken, this could be a double down smoke to Shanga, enable the planting, the pushing, and going a bit faster gameplay. And yeah, they will double down. So this is them showing their cards very early. The great thing about banning the smoke to Shanga is that unless the defenders bring out something like a Goyo, the bomb side is very vulnerable. So like think when you're playing that basement bomb side, if you want to have a bit of a roam game, top floor, first floor, if you don't have those Goyo canisters by, being forced to pick the operator, you can just rush it as an attacker. Normally the smoke into Shanga that are much more commonly picked and just shut those pushes down immediately. That's not going to be the case here. So Fury starting on defense have to make some small adaptations to each individual bomb side to make sure they have plant denial and they can close those gaps if they go for a fast attack from Saiken.
Yeah, no, it's always exciting to see a double area denial / plant denial ban. It gives you a little clue that these teams are going to be cooking something cheeky. But you never know. Fury have plenty of gadgets and operators that are great at countering those rush pushes. The main ones I'm thinking about are the Warden, which of course well counters this Glaz from Neon. But most importantly, the Solus, because it's all about information when it comes to a rush. You don't need to overextend if they're not planting. But if they are planting, you probably need to throw everything you've got at them. And that's where Roldini really comes into his own here on the Solus. He needs to make sure that he does his job well. But I'm keen to see Saiken on the attacking side bring a lot of gusto with those operator bans. Yeah. And now bringing out the Glaz, the Blackbeard. Oh no, the Blackbeard disconnects from K3. We're probably going to have to rehost this round. Unfortunate, guys. Oh, well, we got a taste of what we might see, hopefully. I'm just jumping at the bit to try and actually see it.
It's thankfully the disconnect happened so early in the round that nothing was really shown from either team. Of course, you have the drones and the prep phase and kind of scout the bomb side, but with attack or repick, you've already made your choices of what kind of operators to pick for the counter. So it's more about the attacks not showing their hand of like, did they bring the Glaz, did they bring the Blackbeard, etc., and giving the defenders an idea of what that push is gonna be. So very early rehost, thankfully. Not too much was shown. But I did like what they were actually bringing to the table, right? They had the Buck for verticality, Blackbeard for the entry, Glaz and Capital later on for the executes. Generally speaking, that attacking lineup had a lot of different damage that they could do, if they can, of course, make it safely inside the building, because that's the big question about Consulate. Can you actually get inside?
Yeah. We'll have to wait and see what kind of a push that we're going to see Saiken go for. Personally, I am a big fan of a Glaz execute. Anything that's like you have to really cook and you take a gamble, there's something about the adrenaline rush that you get when you're preparing for it. It's something about the fact that every single moment, like if you're the Glaz player and you're holding down that line, you are responsible for this job. If you make a mistake and that plant gets denied, if someone manages to toss a C4, you're out of it. And so I love those kinds of pushes. On Consulate, they're even better. We've seen a lot of Amaru play. Where's your favorite spot to rush on Consulate?
Dude, I'm so not a rusher, but if I had to pick one spot, I'm not. Like, I like my more, step-by-step kind of thing. I do love myself a CEO direct attack where you go on the, they play the Nomad or the Grim on the CEO window, you use your gadget and your teammate rappels on it and you just kind of cover the people pushing and you have a Thatcher them with, EP and the C4s and Toxic Babes. That's my favorite, direct attack, but I wouldn't call that a rush because you're not really rushing in anywhere, you're just on a singular window. But I like when you're doing very simple linear attacks where you just have everything working out the way you need to.
Yeah, for sure.
What about you, James? Do you have a favorite rush? It could be any map, not Consulate, but any rush.
That is a tough call. Well, the one that comes to mind, which is definitely not my favorite, but I feel like the one that my teams, my stacks tend to do the most is the Oregon Blue Rush. A bit of a
that's a classic actually.
Blitz type action.
But with the Nari, Goyo, I feel like that never works these days. There's so many operators that are just nah, you can't do that anymore. Yeah. But back in the day,
for sure. I know, I love any kind of Glaz Rush. I love any kind of quick plan. I love an Amaru. Like, oh man, on Oregon dorms, I've played a bit of Amaru shotgun.
Oh no.
And then, and I go and I basically do the job of a buck underneath kids' dorms while the rest of my team is pushing elsewhere. And then I hope that they're just when they go for their execute, Yinkandel is going out, etc., line charge, whatever. I go up the kids' hatch. Yeah. So much fun. I absolutely love it. You can also always go up the meeting hatch as well if you want to change things up. Or armory hatch.
Yeah, I feel like if one of the issues that I have with Amaru is that when you're using the gadget on a window or a hatch, whatever, you'll like open the barricade and like make noise in the beginning of the gadget, not just when you're flying straight through. I feel like if you could like get a little bit further into the push before you're showing yourself, that could be kind of cool, because often you'll just give away the fact that you're rushing.
Well, when Amaru first came out, as soon as the hook attached to a window, the window broke. But they changed that pretty soon after she came out, where it only breaks as you hit into it on a window. But with the hatches, it will break. The hatches,
yeah.
So,
exactly.
Yeah,
like
you're right. It is a lot.
With Windows,
harder
it's
to
just
choose.
with Windows you're often so far away because they're like 2 floors up, where hatch is a single floor up usually. So you just hear the line go the entire time, and you like break the windows. Oh, I heard you like 5 seconds ago. And then with the hatch be instantly breaking, it kind of gives away the surprise factor because you get like a heads up. Oh, the hatch broke from downstairs. I wonder what it could be.
Yeah. No, exactly.
Bomb located by attackers.
Again, the importance of knowing little details as a defender. Like, I see so many people in ranked don't shoot glass off windows. But if
that's
you
a lost art.
Yeah, exactly. It takes usually 3 bullets. I think it depends on the caliber of your weapon, but usually I just find 3 bullets from most defender SMGs, and you want to put them in different parts of the barricade so that it doesn't actually crack open the wood part of the barricade. And then it'll break the glass on the other side of the barricade, and then you can hear pretty much everything that is happening outside. And if that Amaru attaches to that windowsill, you're absolutely hearing it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Something that I feel like used to be done very commonly a long time ago, and then when the game got more complicated and all these small needy tricks here and there came out, people lost kind of the I don't know, the train of thought to shoot the glass on windows. Because you're right, you can silently repel on most windows if the glass is not broken beforehand and maybe get a freebie. And if I die to that, I'm gonna get angry because it's a silly diff.
Yeah.
Very silly.
I feel like we've talked about this a little bit recently, Nick, but the game has gotten so complicated. We have so many more operators, so many more little bits of tech. And you kind of just, it's impossible to play everything correctly. There's just so much going on. Nice C4. Wow, that lands straight on his lap. Beautiful kill early on from Damon. You can see even in the prep phase, he was lining that up. There's a great little trick, and Capital goes down early.
That's the issue with the attack. Like I said, getting inside the building can be the most challenging part about this. So the very first step is often where teams they fall short. Losing Capital, like you said, is a very, very big loss to suffer for the execute later on, but Neon strikes back to Damon, takes down the 2-brow, and with that kill they can enter admin offices most likely, and finally start getting a foothold inside the building. Now thankfully Smoke and Shaga have both been away by Psych and company, because timer is ticking down. Half the round burned, they only entered a singular room, and the Buck just starting that verticality from beneath them. Hopefully they can start speeding up this round, because they're gonna need every second that they got.
A lot about to take. A lot of power positions to clear, and not doing great. For Psych and company, if Fury are able to keep on peeking out like that. Good trade though onto Firelord as Neon takes control of the top of Spiral Stairs. No refrag from Fury. As the first smoke goes out from Neon, only one left. Where is he going to use it at the end of this round? Ideally, the Buck should be separately from him, pushing somewhere else, or perhaps trying to support that Blackbeard. I worry that Syken don't have enough manpower to make this work.
And they got Roldini downstairs with plant denial, so they know exactly when and where that plant will be happening. They could just kind of give up the bomb site itself and play much further back, honestly, because they know there's no presence beneath. Thorn Shoddy close prompt here inside of Baguette, waiting for a push in the swing. The final smoke has been used here by the glass as the last bit of pushing power that they have.
Big chance now. The Warden has to go big. Gets stripped around him. Dark plays it perfectly. Gets two, but can't confirm the third. It's now Roldini against Neon. And Roldini is down below with that scanner. He can find where this plant is going down. Neon gets spotted. He fakes it! No. It's getting baited, but I think he knows about it. He's checked the second position. This is on the table. It's going to be a tough angle, but he should be able to find it. Plant denied, and Roldini wins the round.
Beautiful. This is what we talk about when teams that have multiple win conditions. If you're defending right there, you can just stack all three defenders up by the bomb site and you just need to, hold that map control and not lose site control. That's one win condition. But by sending a Solus downstairs, you can then find the planter later on with like no real counterplay, but sending an attacker down to match them. Now you have two win conditions. You have two defenders fighting for the bomb site control. If they win, the round is easy. And if they lose, you have that second win con of the Solus downstairs that can still win them the round. And at the end, that was the right call to make. They get their individual kills. The Blackbeard got shut down here because he missed his gadget. And that's not me saying, oh, he's bad, he missed his gadget. It's really tricky to hit. If the defender is ready for it, you can sidestep or walk backwards very quickly. And therefore, the Blackbeard gets stuck in the animation and will just die. That's the kind of fun minigame between the Blackbeard player and the defending operator. So, great job from Fury, having the foresight of leaving Solus downstairs and understanding that, hey, Bog was never really below besides Visa. They never entered lobby. This area is completely free for me to just take control.
10 seconds to go.
Talking about the Blackbeard tech there with the, the melee fight, of course they changed shields gradually a little while ago, deprioritizing shield knives. So if you're knifing against a shield, you're almost always going to win a 50-50 compared to the shield themselves. But the exception being, of course, Blackbeard's dash. Now, I know you're a big shield player, and you used to be a Blackbeard player in the day. Have you played much Blackbeard post-rework?
It's my least played shield operator. I think I've played more Fuse than Blackbeard at this point, since the rework. And Blackbeard, as I said, Blackbeard is tricky. Like, he's got, like, a good gun, which means you might right-click an ADS for a gunfight where a normal shield would never, and then you die, and you lose the shield capability, and that sucks, right? You have frag grenades, which are great to use, but you gotta be in the right position with a teammate to help you get the kill and start running away. So, I think Blackbeard is a phenomenally strong operator, but it's not the shield fantasy that I desire, because the gun kind of changes the fantasy a bit.
Yeah. But, of course, you got to learn the tech if you want to play it. I play quite a bit of Blackbeard now. It's actually a lot of fun. It's a nice way to kind of compromise.
Tech?
Like
when you ADS look into the sky and flick back down? That's the real tech.
I have not done that. I'm not much of a micro tech kind of guy. I'm more of a macro guy. I don't play enough to master the minutia anymore. But yeah, it's just shield. Blackbeard is a nice way you can kind of half play a shield versus play a gun. Which is
you get both
the main
options.
reason I like it. Also great against Azami. You can run that DMR. Got nades. Anyway, it's the Blitz that just picked this round for the shields. Dark, though, finds a nice boosted kill on top of the long desk and then burns the air jab. He's going to get called by the Dockerby. He should be able to safely answer his phone here so as to not take damage. Indeed, he does. Meanwhile, Farlord is actually caught off guard. Fury is spending a lot of time focusing up on using that roaming capability with the Echo to assist. I'm not sure if Sai can get a hard clear it.
It's quite smart because Echo is actually, Echo is sitting permanently on a mute jammer. So if he has been red spotted by the attacking drones, he could be Dokkaebi called and therefore, not help his teammates roaming. But he's literally 24/7 on drones on the jammer, so there's no counterplay right now. They have to attack the bomb site itself to force his position. But Saiken, they're kind of everywhere on the map. You got Blitz back in servers, you got Neon by Spiral. Now you have 3 people in server all of a sudden, so you're going for a backside take with 30 seconds left. You're facing the Yoga drones, the C4, Ela, and Thorn traps as well. It's going to be a difficult push.
It is. 2 players standing on mute jammers as well, protected from any potential Jago payload calls from the Dokkaebi. And it comes down to an entry here from Joe Gore. Finds the first one. Can Fury hold off Saiken? No! Doesn't seem like they can. It's all up to Roldini. They know exactly where he is. Neon goes big for 2 kills with the SMG-12. And Saiken Company can, in fact, look pretty hot on this attacking side.
Yeah, I mean, there was a fast push right there, and, the defense was just not ready to hold the crossfires. They pretty much led them all the way in towards the side in security, in cafeteria, before they started taking those gunfights. Fury had a player, I think, on yellow staircase, still watching the flank, then came back towards the bomb side, looked at the piano hatch, We all know it's completely clear. There are 4 attackers in the back portion of the site, but they didn't. Fury lacking a bit of information, which is kind of ironic given the fact that they had so much roaming presence earlier, and they have Yoga drones all across the map. So it's hard to cover the entirety of Consulate, and it's why we don't see that base and roam being super extended by a lot of players, because when you're top 4 here, which Dark was, you're kind of stuck on an island on your own. Getting back to the site is difficult, and covering the entire map is difficult. It's why we often see people either bunkering down, or maybe only really roaming 1 floor above or below the bomb site rather than 2 floors away. But another round, another site to be played. Fury will go towards Piano and Lobby instead. They bring out the Mirror. Phenomenal operator here to lock down the upstairs hold. You can put a mirror window very commonly inside of the bomb site here. That's the first one. And then the CEO looking into meeting. The only way to clear this really is gonna be your Kali, your Ashe, your Zero, your Twitch, because if you want to go below and do the verticality beneath the floor, well, that's the bomb site downstairs. You're not gonna be there as an attacker until it's too late, right? And otherwise, maybe you can pick up a monster and just extend the shield, walk in and melee bash it, but then you're risking down to C4 from below, because below is the bomb site. So very, very strong mirror window here on Consulate. Should be used to great effect by Fury.
Oh, I was about to say, pretty deadly when you're running Dokkaebi and Deimos and Lion and a shield and a flank watcher in Nomad. It's not a fun lineup to be playing against, but Jogor dies immediately as the round starts on that Deimos, stripping away a little bit of that oppressive utility. The confidence here from Labyrinth, mate. They're outside the building. You don't have to fight them. You don't have to pick them.
So they naded all the utility, but the nade just barely missed it. The Ela Mine and Goyo canister is still positioned on that yellow wall. And that's, that's very, very important, because now when the push comes in the Monty, you can pop the Goyo fire. And when a shield gets hit by fire damage, they'll actually kind of guard break the shield and expose themselves. But the Vert is a bigger problem. Damon finds Fang down beneath him. That's the Nomad remove from action. And they also saw the Monty by that bomb site door. This is not going to work. This is too simple. This is too linear of an attack.
Indeed. Fury are very happy to play the vertical game. However, Calf seems to be aware. And now a kill for Neon brings things back into reality for Sycan Company. They do need to control the top floor though, but the crossfire as Dark supports his teammate. Might be no solace to find where the plan is going down, but it doesn't matter because the vertical is powerful enough. However, Labyrinth is going to get finished off. Oh, it's the call. It's actually the call. The Jago payload that gets the kill. Neon now, as he fires another Jago payload onto Dark. Is he going to answer the phone? Oh my god, he just pushes for the kill.
Yes,
is this where we see a Dokkaebi clutch? It was a 1v3. Now he's brought it back into a 1v1.
No.
The call is going to happen. He's going to have to let it. His phone will disintegrate, but he finds the angle regardless, and Neon will go down. A critical clutch from Roldini.
Almost as a good clip as well. Neon was everywhere, jumped in the side window, just takes numbers, gets the kill vertically, sprints towards smoke, gets the third. I mean, he was on to save the entire round for his team on the entry and the clutch potential. But the verticality, again, is 2-round victories for Fury now, where they win by playing either above or beneath the bomb site in a late round position. It's beautiful. And again, it goes to show just how strong that mirror window is inside of CEO, because the attacker said, we're not going to deal with that. We're going to go for that direct linear attack. And it did look like it was going to be a rough round for them. But because they got the injuries, it actually looked winnable. And mind you, that was with Sycan losing Deimos in the beginning of that round. Imagine they had the Deimos that push. Would have been huge.
It's funny how many fights on that vertical were actually won by the attackers looking upwards.
Yep.
Nice idea from Fury on that
8-1.
defense.
Whew.
Yeah, gnarly. Almost.
He was
9.
1-8 yesterday.
Yeah, almost 9-1 after a 1v3 clutch. But no, unfortunately didn't quite have the angle. Credit to Roldini for just staying calm in that moment, finding the angle, and then getting it done. Not caring that his phone is ringing, not caring that he's going to take a bit of damage. It doesn't seem to matter. Now that's a full trip across 3 different bomb sites, Pengu. What's the vibe check? As we're halfway through the half, we're a quarter of the way through. We've had the operator bands come out, the Thorn and the Blitz. What's the vibe check here? Do we think that Fury are on track for a 4-2 or maybe a 5-1, or is Saiken gonna look pretty hot here?
Honestly, it's giving 3-3 vibes a little bit. Because, so Calf has died first by getting spawn peaked, right? He died once with Nomad and once with Capital in the first 2 rounds, and they lost Joker and Deimos in the round number 3. So 3 of the 3 rounds played so far, it's Saiken playing from a disadvantageous position, and then still almost winning the rounds. You know, it's been 2 separate 1v1s. So I really feel like it's a lot closer than I thought it was going to be from Saiken's attacking side. But Fury's been a little bit sloppy as well. They've been giving over a lot of free kills on the defensive side, not having the crossfires, not fighting together as a team, and it's giving Saiken a way back into these rounds. So I want to see Fury play a bit more tighter on these next 3 rounds on the defensive side. And I want to see Saiken just avoid those spawn peaks and get 5 people in the building so that they can start off in a 5v5 position.
Yeah, Fury need every defense round they can get here in this first half because attack is hard enough on console. Add to the... Ooh, is this almost an angle?
Oh my god.
This is a little bit of tech that we don't often see from IQ, but yeah, you can in fact see people on their cameras and potentially get a floor bang or a wall bang onto them.
Charge in position.
Fury really need to go big on this half though, because yesterday they didn't win a single round of attack on an attacker-sided map of Bank against Soul's Heart. So rack up as many as you can on this defensive side to make your future job easier.
And again, that timer, 1 minute 30, but they're inside of admin offices. They got all 5 attackers left alive. I'm gonna say this is a good situation to be in at the minute. Solid Snake, great bit of intel. Sees the long disc player and the Baguette holding top yellow for the flank. And you can share that info with your teammate, either go for a backstab or just help your frontal side push. This is the issue. If you go alone, you can be isolated. The Impact opened that yellow wall. They can swing the bathroom window. You can be in a lot of trouble very quickly, but it's Fury getting 2 quick kills. That's gonna, I mean, possibly just end the round for them. That's the majority of the admin players dead, and Neon is outside yellow staircase. That means the entire push is dead right now. They gotta recompose and position themselves together again.
Very unusual to see Fury peeking so aggressively, but look at these angles they're taking. Even Farlord, he's not sitting back and waiting in meeting room. He's taking an oppressive angle. Now Fury can, in their 5 versus 2, sit back, detonate some Vulcan canisters. Oh, nice little peek. They don't need to be peeking here, but they're going to do it anyway. And Saiken are looking like this might be the worst round we've seen from them so far. Every round up until this point has been so close. He brings out the fire with the Capital. That should flush Dark out of his position. However, that will simply prompt Farlord to peek with the shotgun. Cap will find him. But he won't get the second one. Labyrinth goes for the swing, and Fury take the lead 3-1.
Looking better. I will say, you know, what I wanted to see was Fury playing a tighter defense and like holding those crossfires. Instead, they did the opposite, which isn't a bad thing to do, but it does have that high risk factor. They go for the aggressive swings to try and get, again, that early numbers advantage. But it's smart, because if you look at these attacking lineup, you'll see that every single attacking operator is high in value. Whether you're fighting the Nomad, or the Deimos, or the Capital, or the Solid Snake, if you trade 1 for 1, or you do end up getting a kill as a defender, you're taking down a very strong gadget operator, regardless of who you're fighting. So the fact that they are willing to take those aggressive fights for Fury and full committing is a very good sign.
A good time as any to take a tactical timeout for Saiken Company, down 3-1 on their attack. They know that if they can just get a second round of attack, this game is so on. And if they can do as you thought that they might be able to achieve and get that 3-3, very different conversation completely.
Yeah.
Chance to talk to the coaching staff as well for Fury. Manny can chime in on the mic and give some thoughts to the team. Dark's also got plenty to say, the most experienced player on Fury after being with that old Fury roster, the now Team Orchid team, for quite a long time. As we go down to the basement, Saiken Company. I don't know why. Saiken Network sounds kind of cool though. It sounds like a kind of operator gadget, or like, what's the name of the bad guys in Siege? The like Deimos and his crew?
The Carius Legion?
Carius Legion. Don't you think Saiken Network sounds like one of the rival like bad guy factions?
I see what you mean. So
Saiken Company, I should say. Yeah, look, I think that they really could make this work. Obviously, attack onto Cafeteria and Garage is where they won that one round they've won so far. They went for quite a horizontal sweep. They didn't really focus on breaching. They didn't focus on vert. Just brute forced their way into the site and made it work just fine.
It does still feel a little bit like Syken having a similar issue as against Weibo. Now, right now they're attacking against Weibo. Their struggles were in defense, but it is just that they're lacking a little bit of depth in these rounds, right? They're very predictable on their attacking side. They're very linear, very simplistic. And you can be linear and simplistic and predictable if you are excellent at playing that style and you know all the small nitty-gritty details. You know, you think of Team Empire over in Europe way back in the day, they had one attacking strat for every bomb site. That was it. And everyone knew what they were going to do, but they would still beat you because they had played the simulation thousands and thousands of times. They knew all the small counts and details and ways they could win and lose. Syken, obviously, with a much newer position here, much newer roster, lesser experience. If you're gonna play this simple style, you have to just be a lot better at those small, minor details. Because you see Fury, they know mostly what's clear and what isn't. And it's not like they're playing a ton of information operators. This is the second time they've played Echo, and they've played Solace a few times as well. That's it. They're not spamming the pulse, the Valkyrie, and sitting on camps the entire round, but Farlord doesn't have the information. He walks straight into Tellers and gets shut down from Neon far back inside of Visa with that DMR. But now they get in the strongest position thus far, perhaps. Syken, the 5v4 with the numbers advantage. However, the Monty's 1 point of health will die to anybody sneezing in their direction. So K3 has to be very careful. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I saw the outline there of Labyrinth just hiding inside of Expo, and Jogor had no idea. He walked straight past him, gets taken down. The advantage that Syken thought they had has just slipped away. I go for a rush. Wow, that is a play and a half. Roldini gets baited a little bit by that Echo. Him and Damon together tried to make a play. Doesn't work out. Labyrinth now forced to really have a big impact. Now, his phone's already been destroyed by the Dokkaebi, so he can't get called again. Damon is getting called. That's the Echo. You really need him to answer his phone. He needs to be able to answer that phone, otherwise he'll lose access to those yokais. Labyrinth, meanwhile, has found another kill on this roam. Eventually, Dark finds the pick. Took him long enough. Finally, at the end, every single player jumps in and helps out. Fury have won yet another round of defense, and Syken Company are really struggling.
Again, it's the third round that Fury will win from a floor above or beneath the bomb site, playing the verticality. Again, they hold on to Piano and Expo. They send in the Solace. Labyrinth is covering, and they can just shut down the plant. They even had the yellow ping information and the yokai stun to further give them information and stall things out, because Solace didn't have any impact grenades in pocket. They were opening the floor with the SMG11 and P90, and it took a few seconds, but the yokai stun came in. It stopped Munch from planting, bought them 7 extra seconds, and that was enough. You had 2 players that round on 1 HP. Look at K3 and Calf here on the bottom right of your screen. You will see 1 HP from Monty and then 1 HP from Gridlock. They both get injured from a single bullet. So it went from a 4 versus 4 to a 2 versus 2 in the same second.
Yeah, and I only just noticed at the end how narrow that angle was from Dark to try and find that vertical shot onto the Monty while he was planting. Like you said, 1 HP, so only needs to land 1 bullet. But the shield was covering a lot of that as the plant was going down. Yeah. Fury got 4 rounds on the board now. All they need is 1 more to finish off the half in such a dominant fashion. Syken really need to keep pace here. They've just lost 3 in a row, and you know what, Pengu? What looks even worse is that round just gone by that they lost in the end pretty devastatingly is the first time they ever got the opening kill in this game so far.
Exactly. They got opening pick, and we'll talk about like the fundamentals, right? They just rushed into Piano and Exhibition. They didn't drone it. They thought it was clear. Labyrinth was hiding in the corner with Diela. So you have operators open to you, like, you know, 3 of the 4 shields. You have Dokkaebi, you have Deimos, you have Solid Snake. And they're playing some of those operators more than half the time, sure. But even if you aren't playing them, you have to do the drone work of like the areas that are important to you. If you want Piano control because they have a Solace, or because you want to do verticality and get the hatch, whatever reason, you have to drone it first, then take the map control. Second round here, Syken again starts with opening pick. Neon drops double digits, sitting on 10 kills at the minute. But can they convert it into a round victory? If you're gonna keep re-aggressing, and again, they do it successfully. Dark takes down Calf, so again, that 5 versus 4 immediately turn back to even numbers, and Syken are mostly outside the building. Only 2 of the 4 people are inside, and we're halfway through the round almost.
I think that was a wallbang as well from Dark. Running the TCSG
so.
slug shotgun means he's got that long-range sight, And it also means he can break that wall quite quickly, even at long range, because the destruction on that weapon is so good. So whether he just pre-fired through the wall, whether he made a hole in the wall and then shot Calf, I'm not sure. Either way, great map knowledge to have the info. He knows his teammate is under fire and he can just spray through that wall, get the kill on to Calf. And one for K3 here. This looks a little bit better now. Syken are close to the bomb site, but they have to worry, like you said time and time again, about the vertical potential. Everyone from Fury is up above.
Speaking of, Labyrinth gets the kill onto Deimos, a huge pick and top fragger of Neon. Now, Solus is dead, so I was going to say the verticality is not going to be as important for plant denial purposes, but they can still find the angles and still get the kills with a nice little headshot. They have a C4 as well to Damon. So you could always send that ward into the basement perhaps and go for a plant denial attempt from a different location. Again, playing those different win cons. Joker though on Solid Snake is looking for a backstep up top. Sees where two players are. The fire and smoking gun on the bomb site, but again, they get shot down vertically.
Perfect nade, but it doesn't matter because he can't control the recoil. K3 in a 1v3 to try and save the half for Syken, but he will go down. Fury, all they have to do is wait for the fire, and this round is theirs. A retake that they sorely needed to assert themselves in a dominant 5-1 half for Fury. What a funny way for it to end. How anticlimactic that they have to wait for the fire, and there we go. This is going to be it. Easy defuse. Get a free team kill as well, but that is a dominant half at the end of it. 5-1 in the books for Fury.
Turn into disgust. What a waste of love, babe. I just wanna go back to how it was. Lay in each other's arms all day. Send me gifts just because. Tell me where we went wrong. Started out as homies, ended up as lovers. How'd it get so ugly? Can't we rediscover, baby, what it was? Or let's be honest, it was just a lover. You were so romantic, we were picture perfect. So much freaking passion, why we never got it back, baby. It was just a lover.
Yeah, trying to get you out my thoughts today. Still chained to you when I walked away. Still chained, you know it'd be hard to break, cause I kept it way too real to automate. I wanna talk to you for my conscience sake, trying to make my mind and body cooperate. Used to have some shots to give for ones you take, but then I took them all to heal and lost the way. Got me riding around listening to Marvin Gaye, reminisce what was, cause now it ain't. And through my mind I trail for hours till it all devours. I'm amongst the prowlers on your page, see how you spend the days without eating me inside, that I'm phasing out, but I plays it, and it drains me. I done made some, but it pains me. You want the real from me, here it is, here it go. I want you dead to me, head gone real slow. I want you here with me bad, I'll let it go. But I can't have both, I'm done. I hope this love will bum that's gonna blow. No regret, no rewind, no more waste, no more time, no more wait, let's go away. I stay out of mind. No regret, no rewind, no more waste, no more time, no more wait, let's go away. I stay out of mind.
So 5-1 half for Fury, but it is on defense. What are the chances? Are we taking bets for this to be another 5-1 half when we go OT?
Unlikely, but anything is possible. Fury have been the more clutch team. They've been a little bit sharper in the server. It would be a shame for them if they were to be unable to get more than a single round here on the second half. But yesterday, they had their own struggles when it came down to their bank attacks. So, I mean, there could be a case made here that their attacks are much weaker than the defenses. When pair that with Consulate being a heavily defender-favored map, that is how you have a 1-5 half.
I would be very impressed if Syken are able to make such a big comeback happen here. I love the idea coming into that game, I mean, from the get-go, from Syken Network. I love a good old smoke into Tachenka ban. It didn't feel like there was a smoke into Tachenka ban at all. Like, not once
No.
did we see them try and go for the type of rush or push that works well when you have a Smoke and Tachanka ban. Yeah.
No, you're right.
It's a hard half for Syken to admit to at the end of it. Fury, though, I mean, they've got to do it as well on the attack. It's not easy to attack on console, one of the hardest maps to attack in the competitive pool, but they got to get it done.
The thing about Syken's attacks is that what they need to fix is actually a very simple and relatively easy to solve problem. They need to be able to maintain their numbers advantage and convert them into round victories. And I know that's easy said than done, sure, but when they get the opening pick and they go 5v4, they need to like stop swinging everything in their faces, using their drones, have two people work together, because every single time they would get the opening kill, somebody dies 2 seconds later. And then like, okay, great, you got the first pick, but now it has no real value. You cannot leverage the 5v4 because you're straight back into a 4 versus 4. So this is a common issue that we see for newer teams in APL in particular. They play a bit too loose, especially on the attacking side, where you need to have some self-restraint to them. You know, if you're playing the Capital, you can't risk time really. You just can't afford to. If you're playing, well, Ash is not as bad, but the issue is the mirror window is electrified. So the Ash, you know, gadget was shot, but the electrification counters Ash these days. That was a change made about 8 months ago. So, you know, good start from Syken. Can they maintain this numbers though? Are they going to lose a player in 5 seconds time? We'll see.
I feel like every single day that we cast, I talk about how Mira has 1,000 ways you can counter her.
Yeah.
Yes, it's true, but you still need to drone out and figure out whether they're putting bandit patches on the Mira, because at that point there is no reason to bring the Ash whatsoever. Bring a Kali for goodness sake. Like, that will get the job done very easily. It will counter the bandit. There's so many different things that they could do to try and get rid of this Mira. Unfortunately, the Ash is the one that Syken have already accounted for. And to lose a player trying to clear that Mira is very rough for Fury.
Yep, and also they thought the player was still in the corner of coffin, so they spent both the grenades from Blackbeard, and they were spending so much time to just like double, triple check in that particular corner. But Jogar ran away ages ago. So this is going to be Syken company holding on to the lead, playing in numbers advantage. They got triple C4 downstairs. They got Valkyrie cams as well to help them land some of those. What I don't want to see here is low-key what Jogar is doing right now. Play off the mirror window. Play off the strong positions. Don't start swinging the top spiral. Don't start swinging into the enemy's territory. You have what you need. You have the bomb site and you have the area above it. This is an unlosable position until Fury make a play that makes your spot much worse.
This mirror window is such a powerful spot for Fenlix to be playing.
They have no counters.
Oh, yeah, a little bit of a crossfire as well. The only counter here is just to win the fight, which is possible, but very hard. Wow. He's going to forfeit the position. I'm not sure if I back that in. I'm not sure if I think that was the right play. Just really trying to hold on to the numbers advantage.
C4.
Trying to bait someone into the C4. However, it only does about 90% of the damage it needs to. Leaves Damon very low on HP, but still alive. Still a bit of a contest upstairs. K3, the last one alive. He was hiding. He does confirm the kill onto Damon after he was injured, but that's all she wrote for him. He's traded upstairs. Fury now have a chance, 3v4 to execute. Jumping down below. There's still a Nitro in Neon's pocket. He's just deployed it. Is he going to be able to get the plant down here? Farlord finds one. Dark needs the support, but Fenlix is there, and that plant was never going down. Good start to the defense for Syken Company.
Yeah, much better at that. I mean, they had good decision making. There were a couple of moments where you're thinking, okay, if they keep swinging aggressively and die, like Jogar swinging top spiral, that's how they lose the advantage. But they actually peeled back very nicely. And then there was a question mark that you raised as well. They're surrendering that mirror window position and falling back at the 40-second mark when they could have definitely overstayed. And there's two sides to that. On one side, they're playing a little bit scared and surrendering map control that they don't need to. But on the other side, they're also playing very safe and making sure that nobody's going to die to in case it was a frag grenade or in case the baby just walks in and wins that gunfight. They give up the mirror window, they play double C4 below, and then they actually hit the Thorn in bathroom top floor that went for a backstab. The fact that Thorn only confirmed an injured player and then got traded back isn't the best case scenario by any means, but with the timer being so low, they're dropping the hatch with 15 seconds to spare. It should be a very strong position. So Syken Company, very well done here in the first defensive round. And Fury, I mean, they started off rough. They lost the opening pick, they lost the Ash, the mirror window counter, they spent all their frag grenades nading a corner that there was no player in anymore. So Fury's second attempt here is probably going to be similar, because when you attack in lobby, you go top floor over. When you attack in top floor, well, you have to go top floor. So if anything, that was just the warm-up for Fury's second round to be tried here.
Like we said, hard to attack on Consulate. It'll take Fury a little bit of time to get their mojo back after the side switch, but every chance now gives Syken an opportunity to bring a little bit of confidence into their own game. That's the thing, when you go down 1-5, you've got to be a little bit rocked, and that's why if you start on defense and you go up 5-1, I'm always a big fan of just like throw everything you've got at it. You know, go for a rush, do something a bit off kilter, take that risk. Because chances are they won't be as ready for it, especially against a team like Syken, which is a bit less experienced. Maybe don't do it against a Weibo or a Team Orchid or a Soul's Heart.
Yeah.
But do it against these teams that are going to be questioning themselves. Because if you pull off that rush, the game is yours. There's no way that they bounce back from that.
I'm with you on that. Seeing Fang just like hunting with the pulse scanner. I mean, that small buff to the distance might pay off here. Mirror gets tracked. It's your moment right here. C4 goes out. Game was standing still. You got Papa. Just go for it. He gets the kill. Just takes a little bit of damage himself and saves Neon in the process. Was actually baiting it, standing straight above the Deimos, just saying, hey, you got about 5 seconds and I'll be dead. You gotta pop that C4 as soon as possible. And then they fall back. They leave meeting cafeteria. They just play top spiral. They play soda machine positioning. Again, leveraging that 5v4.
Interesting that the magnet there from CAF actually made the nade go and destroy all of the denied tripwires, unfortunately. Maybe it could have been a little bit better placed, but oh well. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Still a 5v4. Fury are struggling to get their way into this one. But I like this, the teamwork here. Feng is going to ping with the yellow ping for Joe Gore. Hope that it can enable a peek. Doesn't work out, and now Dark is aware that there is a pulse down below.
Gotta reload.
Yeah. Time to get out of that area if you're Fang. You've lost your C4. You're not really going to be super lethal downstairs, and Plant Denial is going to be limited. Sure, the shotgun is there, but it doesn't hit quite the same as an explosive device. Could send the Warden beneath, maybe. He has a C4 of his own. It's that, or you keep it in pocket for the plant attempt later on. Also have one on Mira, technically. Labyrinth finds the post, though.
Oh, here we go.
Gotten clear of, and they get long this, but Neon just swings to get some kills.
Yeah, and he's also got a C4 still in pocket. Goes for a third. With the Vector, goodbye to Labyrinth, it's Dark up against the world. 7 kills so far, make that 8, but he gets traded back. Big 4K for Neon, what a round. Syken Company starting to find their mojo on defense, 2 in a row.
I mean, that is an individual performance that says, I want to win. He is just taking fights and winning them since the very beginning here. He started off on an 8-1 heater in the first couple rounds on the attack, then had a couple of slow rounds. Now on defense, very much back alive on that scoreboard. And the Syken Company are getting all the things right that they got wrong on the attack. Now they're getting opening kill. Now they're surrendering map control. Now they're falling back and playing the numbers, playing the vertical game, and they're playing much better together. Fury, they need to play a bit tighter. I made the same argument when they're defending. On defense though, because you have the map control, you can go for a crazy swing because you work the map. As an attacker, it's much more important to utilize the droning, the gadgets, the utility, and getting through the map step by step. Otherwise, if you just take these individual decisions, you can just lose to a gun waiting for you. So if we see the Valkyrie Echo pulse commonly, get on the IQ. That's going to be a counterplay. If you see operators that are very heavily roaming around the building, get your Deimos, though could be a shield, hunt them down. But you gotta do it together.
Camera feed up and running.
Heartbeat sensor deployed.
Back onto the pulse here for Fanglix. Oh, he's about to get a bit of company here. He decides not going to get too close to that door. A lot of info though. I mean, it's clearly an admin take. He's calling that out. He sees 2 players on rappel. He might be able to see the one on the copy room rappel as well. He knows that 1 player is in. K3 is there to try and spoil it. Oh, takes the fight, Farlord! Why are you contesting that with the pistol on the blitz? The whole point of playing blitz is to close the distance, flash the enemy player, and then win a free gunfight. Not contesting against a P90 at mid-range. That is a very rough start here for Fury.
It is, and it again goes to show like what is that you want if you're Fury in the attack. If you got the shield, it's okay if the roamer is falling away from you and you don't get the kill because you're gaining map control. That's the shield's job. Not necessarily to get the kill, that's the cherry on top, just to get that bit of control. Now they lose the shield. Thankfully, they find the post out of Visa. Good bit of intel gathering there. But Farlord, he chose to go with that 50-50 coin flip, ADSing with the shield. That's his choice to make. But I think right here, his team wished he hadn't. Because now they gotta drone everything else, walk in without that shield, and time is ticking. 1 minute 35, and there are 3 C4s still waiting downstairs with Valcams to support them. This could easily fall apart.
Yeah, look at how aggressively Syken want to play this. I mean, Neon, don't blame him. He's got 14 kills so far. He does get droned. He'll fall back. But you're right, there's so much info gathering here for the defensive side with the Valkyrie and the Pulse. But even if it does end up being a push on site, you've still got mirror windows to fall back on. My concern here for Syken, do not put your players too far in front of your setup, in front of those mirror windows.
So Neon just keeps up the killing. 15 and 5 now. Shotgun on yellow stairs with a jammer support him as well. So we can't call him. He hears the step, flicks the right hand side player. Jogor treats him though instead. So successful, technically speaking. 3 versus 2. They can pop the hatch. They can do a bit of verticality with the Hibana soft breaching charges. But a C4 goes out again, leaving just Labyrinth on the yellow door with 4 calls in pocket. None to be used. Shut down from far away again. Syken Company fired up and making this comeback a reality.
Yeah, that's 3 in a row. And Pengu, they're only 1 round behind Fury now.
Oh boy.
5-1 lead. Fury have bottled it to a 5-4. And they take a tactical timeout of their own, a much needed one at that. It's time to have a real think about what is going wrong on these attacks. And what's good about taking a tactical timeout here, Pengu, is you know exactly what bomb site you'll be going to, more or less. Because garage is locked, and console office, top floor, is locked. So you're probably going to be going back to Piano Expo, or you could be going to the split bomb site. But it just gives you fewer things to discuss as a team. You can talk real micro strategy. You can say, okay, guys, let's do our attack like this. They're playing like this. Step 1, 2, 3. We know what operator band we're going to go with. Let's get it done.
I do see your point about the micro, but I think the macro is the bigger problem here from the side of Fury since the side swap. They need to slow down their gameplay. They're just, somebody's dying the first 20 or 30 seconds and there's nobody in the area to trade you back, and sure, they end up getting a couple of kills and looks all right for a few moments, but then it falls apart again.
These have all been really good operators for Syken Company that Fury have struggled to deal with. Wow, this is a fast drop from Farlord. Needs to make sure he gets off the flash though before he takes any damage to the feet or the hand. Trying to force Neon back.
This is a problem. Neon is going to be stuck on the yellow staircase. No way out of this one. Just to fight it. Flashbang. Runs away. Stays alive.
This is awkward though. Neon finds one! How does he get away with a kill? Farlord thankfully able to trade. But losing his teammate of Dark, especially being the Dockerby, is a huge detriment here for Fury.
And he almost took down the Blitz as well. I mean, that's 1.5 players that he just dealt with. Now Farlord will die to any C4 and can even die to 2 impact grenades from Jogor or K3. So Farlord has to really reconsider how he's going to play the roam clear or the bomb side push.
That's right,
and
every single operator from Syken has something to do with Farlord.
Yeah, they do. And Fury is so far apart. They have, now, right at this very minute, they have 4 people outside yellow stairs. But it was only Farlord actually inside the building. No one's entered piano, no one's gone main lobby. So it is going to come down to Farlord going for that remaining roam clear. Because they don't have a ton of drones left remaining. They're dying every second as we're speaking right now. Labyrinth does have 2 Twitch drones still in pocket, never been used. But regular drones falling short.
We've got 2 dedicated hard breaches from Fury, none of which have used any of their hard breach ability yet. Finally, we see the garage wall get open, but you're right. I mean, there's a lack of information. There's a lack of progress for Fury.
They have 1 drone left. And I guess 1 Twitch drone as well, so 2 drones combined total. They're up against a singular C4 just now and a Solace. So if Fury all go downstairs for the attack, they can send a defender upstairs and again win from a vertical position. 25 seconds, Fury have to start making their plan. How is this plan going down? Is it going to be smoke, and just go for a YOLO play? I'm not sure, but Damon finds Jogor, so they got numbers advantage.
Nitro here from Pulse could be huge, but it gets dodged very well by Fury. This could be their lifeline here to push into overtime, but Cav has just denied the plant, dropping down into the sights. Labyrinth is traded back. Fury have no choice but to go deep. No diffuser to speak of, and it's Damon against the world. But the comeback of the ages for Syken Company, 6 in a row, flawless on their defensive side. They rip it right underneath Fury's nose.
Oh my god. A well-deserved victory for Syken, doing so many things well, converting opening kills into round victories, rotating correctly and using utility. But if you're on the side of Fury, you're gonna be thinking, man, how did we mess that up? We had a 5-1-half lead. We had so many things going well for us, and then somehow we started losing round after round after round. And the final push that we saw, that was actually Syken missing the C4, not realizing the hatch was open. They got caught by surprise, and still Fury didn't check all the corners and fell short in the end. Huge comeback from Syken Company.
Yeah, massive game from getting 7-1 by Weibo yesterday, down 5-1 at the end of the first half against Fury. And they make this comeback look phenomenal. Piece by piece, they brought it back. Everyone had their moments. This moment from Jogor, a 1v2 clutch, so sorely needed. Still repping his old Daystar jersey. Of course, he played for Daystar, the 6 Invitational. Got dropped, went over to Elevate, played kickoff with them, got dropped, moved over to Syken Company, and Jogor and the boys have looked fantastic. Neon leading the way, 18 kills and 8 deaths. A fantastic game from Syken Company and an exciting win for them. Fury on the flip side still have not won a game on stream since getting their new roster. That is a very tough pill to swallow for Fury.
Oh man, I mean that whole game, we spoke about how both teams are struggling on the attacking side yesterday and whatnot, but it's so hard to look at Syken, right? Because if they're up against Weibo, they'll struggle regardless of what side they're on, because Weibo are the goats of this region. But the version we saw yesterday and today, completely different team.
Yeah, very much so, and it goes to show defense is where it's at on Consulate. Defense seems to be where it's at for Syken. That's the main story to tell for them. But what happens, Nick, when they start going onto the attack? Obviously, this is a great win. Fury is a solid team. They can fight it out near the bottom of the standings with teams like this, but if they want to start getting games off of your Soul's Hearts, your Team Orchids, even your Weibos maybe one day, they're going to need to be able to get together some better attacks, because we haven't yet seen many attack rounds from Syken yet. But what we did see was a hell of a lot of kills from one guy. That was Neon. We've got him in 18 kills in the map. Neon, you're in for the interview. Congratulations on your victory. How did you pull it off from 5-1 down to come back and win 7-5?
I think I'm lagging a little bit.
I heard you for a second.
You're okay.
Can you hear us, mate?
Well, I think these guys were... Yes, I can. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yep, we got you.
Am I lagging a little bit?
No,
Hold on.
mate, go
Can I
for it.
switch device real quick?
I think you're fine as is, man.
Okay.
How'd you pull off the comeback?
I think these guys are just a little sloppy on their attacks, and we were ready on our defenses, and Arcus were ready and prepped us with their attacks.
Okay. So we talk about how they're messy on their attacking side. What about your own? You guys had huge struggles obviously against Weibo. That's of course a different Titan to be up against. But today up against Fury, you guys had some very sloppy attacking side as well. Are you guys working on it? What do you feel like the problems are? What's the plan going forward to fix that?
I think our drone work is our weakest link in our attacks, I think. And in our future attacks, I think we should just pay more attention to our drone work and our space control when we're attacking.
I wanted to just throw you another question. Obviously, big roster changes coming into stage 1. What's the vibe of the team like? Do you guys feel like a new team? Do you guys feel like you're still working out roles and responsibilities in the squad? How does the team function compared to the old Unreal Nightmare roster and the 7th Heaven roster from before that?
I mean, I just joined this team. I wouldn't know too much about their old the things they talked about in their old rosters, but we've only been scrimming for less than a month, and I think we're still sorting things out. And our all of our roles and etc. We're just still talking about stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, fair enough. Well, thank you so much for coming on for the interview, and congratulations on such a huge game and a big comeback. We'll see you hopefully next week. It's a man of few words, that one.
No, there was definitely like a good 10-second delay from our end to his end.
Yeah, there really was. There really was. But it's in the bag. 5-1 comeback to 7-5 from Syke and Company. Very humble man. He didn't necessarily say, yeah, we really locked in. You know, we got it under control. We were down 5-1. But he was like, no, well, we were sloppy. They were sloppy. It was a bit of a slop fest, but I guess we out-slopped the sloppers. So, job done. 7-5. A big 3-point win for Syke and Company. Next up, Daystar Team Orchid. Pengu, this is a game I've been waiting for because it was arguably the most important game in stage one. In kickoff. We all knew that Weibo were likely to be going to the Salt Lake City Major, but we didn't know who that second team would be when Asia had 2 slots. Daystar versus Orchid went head-to-head in the lower bracket final. Daystar came out ahead. Who's going to come out ahead tonight? Well, you guys are going to have to stick around and find out.
ของเมื่อก่อนประเทศไทยมีการจัดงานแรงเกิดขึ้นก่อนที่จะเกิดโควิดอะไรเงี้ยครับแล้วผมแข่งแล้วได้ไปแข่งที่งานแลนที่พันทิพย์อะไรเงี้ยแล้วพอไปแข่งปุ๊บได้ที่ 4ขึ้นมาแต่ว่าเป็นการแข่งขันที่รู้สึกว่าสนุกมากอะไรอย่างนี้ที่ได้ไปแข่งงานแลนไปแล้วมีผู้ชมมองดูเราเล่นอะไรอย่างนี้ก็เลยเป็นสิ่งที่ผมรู้สึกว่านี่แหละคือเป็นการเป็นนักกีฬาอีสปอร์ตก็รู้สึกว่าเล่นได้ดีแล้วเพราะว่ามีประสบการณ์ค่อนข้างเยอะจากการที่มีคนชมมาดูอย่างนี้เพราะว่าไปตั้ง3รายการ 4-5 รายการแล้วมีคนมาดูก็รู้สึกชินกับมันถึงแม้ว่าคนจะเยอะแค่ไหนผมเป้าหมายของผมที่อยากได้ก็คืออยากได้ถ้วยรางวัลมาครอบครองแล้วก็อยากให้พ่อกับแม่ได้เห็นว่าผมแข่งแล้วผมได้ถ้วยรางวัลแล้วนะเป็นสิ่งหนึ่งที่ครั้งหนึ่งแล้วผมอยากให้พ่อกับแม่ได้เห็นทัวร์นาเมนต์แรกที่ผมแข่งก็คือ rainbowsixesports League Thailand เป็นรายการแรกที่ผมมีการแข่งขันเกิดขึ้นเพลเยอร์ที่ผมยังอยู่แล้วก็ยังเห็นแข่งอยู่ก็คือมีแค่พี่เอ็กโซติกคนเดียวนอกเหนือจากนั้นก็คือเลิกแข่งกันไปหมดแล้วก็จากที่ผมได้มีการโยกย้ายทีมมาตลอดก็จะได้เห็นถึงความจริงจังของทีมแต่ละทีมซึ่งมีความแตกต่างกันอย่างทีม No Cap ก็เป็นทีมที่ค่อนข้างจริงจังแล้วก็ผู้เล่นเนี่ยค่อนข้างเก่งผู้เล่นมีประสบการณ์ไปแข่งขันมาก่อนแล้วอะไรอย่างนี้พอผมเข้าไปผมรู้สึกสนุกและรู้สึกว่าการที่ได้เห็นเขาจริงจังเนี่ยผมก็เลยถ้าเกิดผมได้มีการย้ายทีมผมก็อยากจะเอาความจริงจังของตรงนี้ไปบอกให้กับทีมที่ผมอยู่ด้วยว่าเขาจริงจังขนาดนี้นะเขาเล่นกันอย่างนี้อะไรอย่างนี้ผมก็จะทำให้เต็มที่แล้วก็ทำให้ทีมผมเนี่ยเก่งขึ้นผู้เล่นที่ผมรู้สึกว่ามี impact ต่อเกมมากที่สุดก็คือน้องกิจเจนะครับเพราะว่าน้องเนี่ยเป็นคนที่ยิงค่อนข้างเก่งมากเป็นคนที่ถ้าได้ยิงแล้ววันนั้นมาเนี่ยแล้วก็ไม่มีใครหยุดน้องเขาอยู่จริงเป็นผู้เล่นที่ผมรู้สึกว่ามี impact แล้วก็เป็นผู้เล่นหนึ่งในคนเลยที่เก่งที่สุดในประเทศไทยผมคิดว่าก็รู้สึกว่าถ้าได้เจอน้องผมก็จะทำให้มันเต็มที่จะไม่ยอมน้องถึงแม้น้องจะยิงผมก็จะเต็มที่กับมันก็รู้สึกดีที่ฟูลี่นั้นสนใจทีมพวกผมเพราะว่าผมก็ตอนนั้นผมก็ไม่มีสังกัดพอมีฟูลี่มาเชิญอย่างนี้ผมก็เต็มใจที่จะอยู่กับฟูลี่ก็ฟูลี่นั้นก็ตอนนี้ปีนี้ก็มีการเปลี่ยนแปลงผู้เล่นก็อาจจะมีผมมีดาร์กมีฟาลอร์ดมีโรดินี่มีเปียวมินก็เพลย์สไตล์ของผมก็ยังเหมือนเดิมก็ยังเป็นคงผมเป็นตัวยิงโรดินี่ซัพพอร์ตแอนดาร์กก็คือ second fragger ฟาลอร์ดก็คือ third fragger and เปียวมิน is frag so ปีนี้ก็จะทำให้เต็มที่แล้วก็จะโชว์ว่าพวกผมเล่นกันยังไงเดี๋ยวก็ติดตามเราดูครับก็รู้สึกว่าถ้าเมื่อเราเป็นทีมหนึ่งทีมที่เป็นทีมของเทียร์วันแล้วรู้สึกว่าถ้าเราทำไม่เต็มที่เนี่ยแล้วรู้สึกว่าออกเนี่ยอาจจะเสียใจกับเราได้เพราะว่าเขาเต็มที่ให้กับเราเขาลงทุนกับเราอย่างนี้ถ้าเกิดทำไม่ได้เขาก็อาจจะเสียใจผมก็จะทำให้เต็มที่แล้วก็ไม่ทำให้ฟูลี่ผิดหวัง
out of time. Let's put them in the ground. Fall back! Team 1, report.
Alive and well.
We lost contact with the other team.
They have their orders. We need to go for Nix. Dokkaebi, be my eyes. Mute, cover her.
On it. Hostile. Sending a payload.
You're cornered, Nix. Surrender. I see one old man. One old man about to die.
I see your runner 7. 3 rows down.
Hack my phone.
Huh? What if
Do it now.
Quick thinking there, Sig.
We trusted each other, and it paid off. Rendezvous for extraction, Team 1.
Back into it for our second game of the night. And look, after seeing a comeback from 5-1, Pengu, anything's possible here in APL.
It is, especially because these next two teams, they had a very similar start to yesterday's matches. They both had a 3-3 half on the attack, went to defense and stole the show. So it feels like they have the same story and a very similar skill level. This should be the match of today.
Easily. Of course, it was the match of the stage back in kickoff, because that lower bracket final, which determined which was the second team to go to the Salt Lake City Major, ended up being Daystar versus Team Orchid. Let's talk about Daystar, the one who won that lower bracket final, went on to the Salt Lake City Major. This roster has been in the scene for quite some time now. They really stunned a lot of people when they kept making it back to international events. Of course, they won the 6th Invitational APAC Open Qualifier at the start of this year, and then they followed that up with an entrance to the Salt Lake City Major. Unfortunately though, Pengu, they didn't even win a single game at that Salt Lake City Major. They had quite an early exit, losing out to both Falcons and I believe it was 4 AM, the CNL team. But back into it for stage one. They have made a roster change. They've got Yao, and they are looking for a little bit more than they found in kickoff. I keep thinking stage one is kickoff. I get so little tongue twisted and confused by that, but we're in stage one. Kickoff, Daystar, we're here. We're here for it.
I understand the confusion. We used to have stage 1, stage 2, majors in between, S at the end. Now we got kickoff into stage 1. It's a bit confusing. Things keep changing, but we're gonna get there eventually. It's also Psyche Company, not Psyche Network. Today's just been a hard day, teams. You know what? That's alright. We're gonna get through it together.
We will. Thank you very much. Of course, the opponents for these guys in this game are going to be none other than Team Orchid. Of course, once playing under the Fury banner, these guys like Colas, Critche, BG, man, they have been one of the best teams, if not the best team in Thailand for such a long time. And they're keen to finally bring Thailand back to their former glory. It's been a hot minute since Thailand has sat at the top of Asia and at the top of APAC, and I think that a lot of people look at Team Orchid as being the best chance. Yesterday's match against HL Tari started looking like Team Orchid were going to struggle a little bit, but by the end of it, they were running away with it.
Yeah, they were. I mean, Critche individually is a player and a name that we know for a very long time. He is so good in the server, and yesterday was no exception. He was playing glass on the attacks, getting 3 or 4 kills every single round, it felt like. And then, of course, in the side swap, he kept up that confidence and just took down HL Tori almost single-handedly. And like I was saying, both these two teams of Team Orchid and Daystar, they had a very even first half on the attack and stuff in their respective maps. But then on defense, that's when they were just locking in that series. So I'm very curious to see, of course, how that's going to look today. Are we going to have one team be much better at defending than the other? Are we going to see one team kind of come up with the cheese operators like the glass, etc.? Are we going to see target bans, not just the usual shield, Dokkaebi, Deimos, but we could see a glass ban today, for example.
We could. I do feel like for Daystar going up against Team Orchid, knowing how good Lycolis is on that Monty, it's going to be hard to let that slip on through. But let's get into the VODs, of course. It always depends on the map. Oh, we got a little bit of a sneak peek of where the map was if you had a keen eye on Lycolis' screen just there. Is it going to be Clubhouse or is it going to be Lair? It is Lair. Daystar get the final choice between Club and Lair. They decide to take us to the latter. This is going to be a great chance for these teams to show what they're worth. We did see Daystar play Clubhouse yesterday and Orchid play Lair yesterday. So Daystar got to decide if they wanted to go back-to-back for themselves or back-to-back for the opposition. They've chosen the latter. So Team Orchid, what have you got to show for us? Let's get into the game. It's Daystar versus Team Orchid here on Lair.
It's very smart, right? You can choose your own map or your opponents to go back-to-back, but you have information on what your enemies did just yesterday. Now, the only thing here is that Team Orchid, they played HL Tori here on Lair. That is a much weaker team in the region, and it actually went pretty well for HLT. They got 3 rounds, as I said before, 3-3-1/2, but all of those were on the defensive side. So, if you want to look at it strategically, I don't think Team Orchid showed too much yesterday for Daystar to really deep dive into and go for counter plays. It's still going to come down to adaptation in the server and a round-by-round basis. Operator events going out, we're going to see Kaid and Grim. And then the big question mark is going to be, of course, conversation about the Monty, the Glass, the Dokkaebi, your Deimos, all very strong operators on this map in particular. Capital and Mayor follow through. So we might see some bandit triggering that will be a possibility.
We did see these teams go head-to-head on Lair in that lower bracket game in kickoff. And Team Orchid actually won Lair. It was the one map of the series that they got ahead of Daystar. So I think this is a real ballsy pick from Daystar to decide to go back to a map that they know they have been bested on before to look for a chance at a bit of revenge. But I think there's no one who wants more revenge out of this game than Orchid, knowing that they got snubbed of their chance of going back to the major for the first time in what feels like forever because they fumbled that game to Daystar just a few months ago.
I'm just hearing the Tashanga going crazy right now with the soft destruction of that LMG. It's quite unique still to this day, like no one else really has a gun like Tashanga. High damage, low fire rate, can do soft destruction. It really plays into the plant denial fantasy, right? Because Smoke has the primary SMG11, primary shotgun, secondary SMG11, but Tashanga has like both of those guns built into one, if you will. It's an automatic, soft destroying gun with plant denial gadget. I quite like that.
If I'm not wrong, Tachanka's LMG is the only automatic weapon in the game that can two-shot people. Is that right? Because it's like 57 damage or something like that, whereas every other automatic weapon in the game does sub 50 damage.
No, so this is where it gets tricky, right? With extended barrel, I'm not sure that's what you're counting upon attachments, but with extended barrel, you can get some guns to like 54, 53, I believe. Or maybe even 56. But without the extended barrel, it's definitely up there. Also, you cannot put extended barrel onto Shanghai's LMG himself, I don't believe, so he doesn't have that benefit. So in a fair-to-fair comparison, no attachments, I think it's the highest damage guns automatic.
True. You can only put a scope on that gun. Well, a scope. You can
literally
only put a
scope.
sight. Yeah, it's the only thing you can put on that weapon.
That's boring.
Yeah, it is. I love it when you can do a little bit more customization, but it's a great
Can't you
gun.
put a skin on it? What the hell,
No,
man?
you can put a skill on it. Okay. I
okay,
run
okay.
Plasma Pink Tachanka with the unicorn helmet. Personally.
Hey, Rogue Pro League skin, if you know, you know. Rogue got a skin for him when he first got reworked.
That was a good gamble from them. Looks like Azuki knows. How'd it work out for you, Rogue, huh?
They had like the worst sales that season, I think.
Oh, rough.
But hey.
Azuki has now gone back-to-back, found both BG and Lightcolors. I don't know how he's achieved that just from Insider Ops. What is going on, Critchay?
Oh, no.
Gets 9-degree turned and takes down Seal. That's a big chance now. Orchid had the rug ripped out from underneath them. Daystar keep finding picks, but maybe there's a way to hold on here. Critchay needs to be the superstar we know he is to make this look winnable. About to get detected. He does indeed get detected by Yao on that Deimos. Meanwhile, Peeps, low HP, tries to finish his fight. Critchay needs to win these fights. Otherwise, Orchid will certainly be losing the round. Gets the injure, but not the finish off. Wants to try and retake that fight. Oh, this fire might make things awkward for Azuki. Peeps can't confirm the kill. Eventually does. This is so winnable, but never mind. Yao and Pika finish things off for Daystar, and they do confirm that first round of attack.
A bit of a shame that the Goyo Fire canister was on the ground the entire time and not popped actually for a bit of plant denial, stalling things out, because Critchay was making pretty good work on the back portion. Found the injure, was battling the Deimos, and for a second there, they did make it look winnable. But when you get into that post plant, it's just going to be so much harder. You have one more attacker waiting for you, and of course, they can just play down the clock themselves as they are in the advantageous position. And it's actually thanks to Azuki just starting off the round with a heater, getting 2 quick kills, still having an operator like a blitz in the board, having so much pushing power. They start starting off very confidently here on Lair.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Down to the basement though, and I'm seeing another operator that I want to run out. Yeah, want to run down Peeps. What's going on here? Oryx pick, huh? Is it to jump up hatches? Is he expecting that he's going to have to do 1v1 in shields? If he stays undetected, then Daystar are more likely to run a shield operator. Oryx tends to be the best against the Monty of all the shields, because with the Blackbeard, I mean, technically you can dash into the Oryx. What happens if a Blackbeard and Oryx dash into each other? Do they both get knocked back?
So, Oryx has this really funny thing where you can actually make like regular melee and Oryx dash and you trade. That is possible. I assume it works the same with Blackbeard. It's very, very tricky to get the timing right. Like if you and I went into a custom 1v1 server right now on like 0 ping, it would take us a bit to get the timing down. Right. But you can trade knockdowns, yeah. Technically possible. Never seen it in Pro League, I don't think, because again, like, I mean, Oryx doesn't get played that often either, to be fair. But when he does, usually he just dies. Yeah, kind of boring from Daystar if you ask me. I mean, if you see the Oryx, you should pick 4 shields and just try and get some content out of it. Surely. I don't know if you saw No Limit, Jay, he posted a clip on Twitter, I think a day or 2 ago from Ranked, where he said, sometimes you gotta give people the clip. And he was playing 5-man ranked, and they ran into a C4. So it was an ace C4 that was pre-placed.
Oh my god.
So they saw the C4 and drone the face, and Jay goes, guys, I got an idea. Let's give this guy some content. So they all run towards that area, and the guy pops in, oh my god, I got an ace C4!
That guy's thinking he's just pulled off the best play of his life, but actually the other team colluded to give it to him.
Man.
That's so funny.
Yep.
Speaking of a bit of a cheeky moment, I love that little pre-fire. I believe that was Souffle. Managed to get XR Lotic on that roam. Tell you what, Orchid are not looking as confident today as they did yesterday.
They are not. All.
Daystar have
That's
a really
why
good
this
read.
is gonna be so exciting, is that they were so evenly matched in yesterday's, or they were doing so well in yesterday's match that it should be evenly matched today. But it has been Daystar on the attack, looking the strongest. Like Colas on half health, Exotic died earlier, Critj waiting for this play on the corner, here he comes. Has no idea, so P goes down with Diffuser almost inside the bomb site itself. That's gonna give you a different way of playing out this round, because you could, trap this up, barricade the door. You don't have to worry about an execute now on the back side of the bomb site. You know exactly where the case is.
Yeah.
I've released the
It's going to be a tough obstacle for Daystar to deal with. How do they get that diffuser back again? Or do they focus up and go for kills? A lot of time delay here for Team Orchid with the Tajanka's fire from Lycolis, with the fire from BG Man's Vulcan canisters as well. Daystar have a lot of ground to take, and even though they've started with that vert, they haven't found a lot of kills from it. Oh, here's a big chance. Critj taking the aggressive angle. It always tends to be Critj, doesn't it? Big opportunity for him. BG Man lashes out on Yao. Azuki and Seal now the last remaining for Daystar.
Can they salvage this though? I mean, Seal does get one as Critj.
Oh,
The
no.
Thorn Trap goes out. Oh, he's down to 1 point of health now. He can't sprint for a good 12 seconds. And there's only 10 seconds on the clock here in a moment's time. So they gotta push right here, right now. And Sugi gotta step up right now and get some kills.
Yeah, with Seal going down eventually, it leaves it all up to Azuki, who falls. Man, the double Thorn Trap from Critj. He managed to get that kill onto the player that killed him, trading himself back. Big round from the Thai young star, and Daystar struggled a little bit at the tail end of that round. Orchid have now had some form of a response. Cast your mind back to the game yesterday when Orchid started defense, Pengu. They won all four. Sorry, they did not start defense. They switched onto defense. They won all four of their defense attempts onto this map of Lair, and won half of their attacks, 3 out of 6. So Daystar already getting one attack in the first
Attackers
round.
need
It's a
to
pretty good
locate
look.
and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I'm curious how that round plays out though if Piga didn't have the diffuser, because he was going for a solo play, backstabbing on the Twitch, which I think is a fine thing to do. But when you have the diffuser in pocket, you're the wrong person to make that play. And this is a system that we actually don't discuss very often on broadcast because it's not very relevant. If nobody manually picks up the diffuser during the drone phase or operator selection phase, there is a priority system in Siege of which operator gets it. It's not randomized. And Twitch is actually very high on that priority list. So I don't know the exact numbers, but like hard breachers, like full-on support, like, you know, the Thermite, Hibana, Ace, etc., they will almost always get it over anybody else. But there are certain niche operators that have very high priority. I think Twitch, for example, has it, obviously. Maybe Brava or Flores. So if nobody manually clicks that button, you might just end up with it if nobody picks a hard breacher. So whether or not Piga knew he had the case, I'm not sure. But it could be one of those moments where he just automatically got it when the round started, and therefore he didn't realize.
I love a bit of Twitch action. Pika has been such a prolific Twitch player for the longest time, and I'm all for it. I have been playing a lot of Twitch recently, and there's something so satisfying about any operator that has like a special drone, Flores, Twitch, Brava, where you can just sit back and spawn and get so much info on the setup and then dismantle the setup. You're like, oh, you were planning on holding me with that Vulcan canister? That's already popped, mate. You were planning on preventing that wall from getting open with those banner batteries? Forget about it. You thought that I couldn't come from this direction because you had that Ella mine. No, I'll be sneaking on through there, don't you worry.
See, I see the other side of the spectrum here, where I'm like, oh, I played Twitch, I go on my drone, 4 people die before I'm done droning and the round is over. I'm like, either I'm 1v4 or I'm 4v1.
Yeah, no, that happens as well. That happens as well. That's the flip side.
Yeah. It's we call it leapfrogging, right? It's when you don't just have Twitch drone the entire round, but like maybe like Thermite starts droning, Twitch gets to the building, and then Twitch starts droning to enable Thermite to get to the building. So you kind of leapfrog the responsibility. That way you have everyone kind of get into the building, everyone's getting into the action. Otherwise you have one guy stuck in spawn while you're trying to plant. So if you can implement that with a Twitch or Brava or Forest, where you're kind of helping each other get to the same stage, that makes it a lot more enjoyable, I think, to do this kind of drone work. Because Pigas, like you say here, getting a lot of value. Bulletproof camera, Goyo canister pop, default cam, and just gets all that visual information as well of what's clear.
Yeah, it's good headway, but for Daystar, they've lost the initial engagement. Azuki goes down, and there's no one else in ops. I feel like Pika eventually will need to get off his drone and go and replace that position. Well, Yao and Seal look to try and make an execute down through this narrow hallway from the mezzanine. Outguards the first Candela, but the Kiva barrier will slow him down a little bit. That's bought enough time for Orchid to try and stay protected. Won't be flashed anymore. Out goes the Candela. Nitro Cell in response, but big peek from Lycolis. Doesn't find the kill, doesn't matter. He just has to wait. Doesn't need to die as of yet. Being kept at bay by Yao. Flash goes out again from Seal. Souffle tries to come and support, but he's traded by Exalotic in through the smoke. Seal gets his, but traded back on the floor. Leaves Pika all alone. He spent a lot of that round droning, and he is way too late to the party. Team Orchid take the lead.
Beautiful hold. I mean, the crossfires and working together. They had 4 people just locking down museum window and bathroom hallway in very many different angles. Meaning that when the push came there from Daystar, they didn't know which enemy they were fighting. You know, you look to your right, there's a bandit. To your left, there's a Goyo, and far away, there's a third player just waiting for you as well. It became a bit of a blender in the hallway. Ying target band and bandit target band. I like this. We've also seen the problem that happens when you ban the Kaid and then the Mira. Is that bandit is open and you're not really fully considering it because like, I'm not sure if they're going to play the bandit. A lot of teams, they will double ban the bandit Kaid together on the first rotation because now you don't have to worry about wall denial. It just cannot happen. They wanted to ban the Mirror, fair enough, but we saw them bandit triggering on that very previous round and they couldn't get the default breach opened up. So the attack ended up happening from a singular hallway and a singular door because it didn't have another way into the building. External wall not open and the internal wall not opened either, and you're limiting yourself so much if you can't breach open those walls. So now Daystar, they finally ban the bandit, they can focus on other things. The wall will get open guaranteed every single round now. And Orchid, they target band more execute operators, Grim, Capital, and the Ying.
But I know something you love talking about, Nick. Look at what Yao is playing here for Daystar. Immediately after that third operator ban comes out, we see the card that has been kept up Daystar's sleeve the whole time, a shield. And obviously Yao being the new player on the squad, I didn't know that he was going to be the shield player. I didn't know that they wanted to run a lot of shields. And if Yao is a shield player, because shields are one of those things where you kind of need a specialist. You can't just throw anyone onto a shield player. And if you have a really good shield player, for example, Dark Zero have Keynote, that is a whole different ballgame. So Yao being happy to jump on these shields. No chance now for Orchid to ban it for the rest of the game. If he's good with it, Orchid might be regretting their decision to ban that Ying.
We saw Yao previously, yesterday actually. He was playing mostly Blackgate and Blitz, I believe. The much more difficult shields to keep alive in the server. They're much more exposed to C4s, verticality, and crossfires. Muncie is gonna be your full support. He's gonna go in as a drone, ping where they're gonna be planting, what they're gonna be doing, where the attackers are. And also, if you're a vocal player, which hopefully Yao will be, you can IGL very comfortably from that Muncie position. Don't have to worry about dying or taking any fights. BG Man actually has 3 2-barrel canisters in pocket, chooses not to use any of them for the wall because he knows they will get opened up eventually. I think they're saving them for the sense here, expecting it. Yeah,
that's
exactly.
So cheeky.
It works as a ranged mute gem. You can throw it on the ground and it actually make the projector wall go down from the sense, enabling people to see through that smoke or through that projector wall and therefore get the kill on the planter. So I think that's what they're saving it for.
It's such an uncommon way to counter the Sens, and we've seen impact grenades, we've seen a million other things, but I really like this. It's so cheeky. And I don't think Daystar will be expecting it. Thing is, Daystar have so many options. They could actually go for a plant in 2 different positions depending on what they're feeling, and they have that Monty. They could even plant behind that Monty if they desire. Out comes the impact to try and destroy the Sens wall, but I believe
which one.
The canisters have also been used. They don't know where the plant's going down. The inability to go for the override. Seal also tried to target the Solus with the EMP from Thatcher. So many layers to this attack from Daystar that despite all the layers from Orchid, it won't matter. The attack gets that plant down. A retake now attempted, but it is a struggle now for Orchid as they drop down to the bomb site. Post-plant positions assumed by Daystar, but Orchid, they don't have any choices here. They have no idea where the players from Daystar are.
Oh, they're everywhere. They got top 4, they're still fighting for. P gets that second kill as well. And the third, actually, triple kill for him. 10 seconds. Gotta start defusing right now, or the round is over. And they are nowhere in the right position. Monkey's just blocking him out. Pretty gets a kill, but it won't matter because the round is over. Daystar with the huge counterplay. So you EMP the Solace, you're spamming those roly-polies from the sense. Each individual roly-poly, there's like 10 of them per gadget use, it's an indicator for the Solace. So it's like overload, right? Analysis paralysis. Where are they planting? I can't tell. They plant behind the Monty with the Thermite, which means the impact grenades are not successful, shooting through the smoke, not successful either, and they just cover all their grounds. We did see one single or two barrel canister spent to try and counter the sense wall, but Monty also threw out the smokes. So at the end, you remove the wall, the smoke stays, the result is the same. And it's one of those rare instances where they thought of everything for that round and nothing went wrong.
Genuinely impressive. Every single operator in this lineup from Daystar brought something for the execute.
Yeah.
Except for that Nomad, which was so dedicated to holding the flanks and did such a good job with 2 kills. But even the fact that the Thermite has smoke grenades for that execute as well. Layers upon layers for Daystar. That's a real textbook example of how to hold that plant and how to get that diffuser down on that middle floor bomb site. Even though Orchid had some good ideas, Daystar have just set that push to another level.
5 seconds remaining.
Another Oryx.
What's the play with this Oryx? I don't get it.
I mean, you can go about those hatches, man. He is the fastest operator in the game. Technically speaking.
I mean, yeah. He's not a 3-speed, though, which is funny. He's a 2-2. But he is the fastest operator in the game when he dashes.
That's all that matters. It's all about the sprint, okay? Not the marathon. And Oryx wins there. I'm not sure, though, on the exact intent with the operator. It could just be that Peeps is a +1 and he's gonna go for a solo roam. Now he can jump up a hatch, down a hatch. If they bring out, you know, the Muncie, he can dash into him. But it's much more challenging fighting against the Blitz or the Blackbeard because they got different ways of dealing with it. Well, Peeps does get a kill onto the Ram and can now sprint away as quickly as humanly possible and just stay alive. So when you get 1 kill as Oryx, I would say worth it. You've gotten your pick. You are now just a gun for hire. You've done your job. More is more. Exotic wants something else to happen, but Yao hears him on the Blackbeard. He's getting flanked by Soufflé if Soufflé wants to keep going for it as well.
Ooh, nice.
Chunk of fire, though. That's gonna shield Godbreak if you walk into it.
Looks like Exotic will decide to fall back. Perfect timing, too.
Yeah.
Orchid, almost all of them back on site. BG Man's still on for a roam, but he can fall back whenever he wants. Yeah, so much time delay here. I mean, just look at it. You've got BG Man popping the gas pipe. After that blows, of course, he's got his own Goyo fire that he can detonate. So much time is going to be bought here by Orchid.
And you lost the Ram as well for Daystar. So they're taking all this map control and roam clearing, but what for? They cannot do a ton of vert. And yeah, there goes this Goyo canister, 20 seconds. We can wait for that. And it just means that win condition-wise, Daystar getting suffocated in this one. The Orc even fell back, reinforced the rotation, and is giving up everything for free because they know, guys, we killed the Ram. You can have Striker do some secondary shotgun verticality, but this is either going to take a ton of time or it's going to be very limited on what kind of angles they can actually be watching. So, final 50 seconds. A plant is still possible. A round win could still be on the cards here for Daystar, but it's going to be challenging.
Ooh, is Yao being a
wanna
potential
plant
plant
deep?
spot? That's an unusual plan.
You have to,
The
because
fire here
right?
from... yeah, the Chenka, though, is so good for covering off not just the plant spot, but even just peeking into the bomb site. The smoke's going to have to be integral here to go out from Pika. Almost finds it. Indeed, he does. BG Man goes down. Lycolis has to be the one to deny that plan. He does so with the Bearing 9. He needs to get active now with the util, and he does. Out goes the Shamika launcher. The fire coating the bomb site, but Pika seems to have found a way to sneak in and find that plant. 3v3 into the post. Orchid need to look to retake.
Don't like that one. Peeps on 1 HP though. Last man stand on sudden. Peek and Slee gets 1 each. And they got the vert, James. They got the strongest position in the game for this post plant.
Needs to find the 1v2, but Pika holding down the line on the floor. Lands the kill and the round for Daystar. Massive MVP round for Pika. As soon as the planter died, he found a kill, he dropped down the hatch, and he went to planter instead. Into the posts. It's perfect from Daystar. They do take the lead, 3-2 up with 1 round left to go in the half.
It's beautiful. I mean, we saw the setup there, right? It was so illustrated and so beautiful. They were smoking off the door, smoking off the rotate, then they held the angles. Both defenders peeked into the smoke, so they both died. And that gets them from a 5 versus 4 into a 4 versus 3. Look at this. Pika Souffle 1 each. You go in deep with the Blackbeard. Blackbeard got hit by the Tachanka fire, so his shield goes to his side, and he got shot by the Tachanka and died. Then Pika goes, okay, I will be the hero. I'm gonna get in there, replace the planter before the smoke expires. His teammates are nade spamming the door to buy a few extra seconds, because they know if the bomb goes down, they will win the round statistically. They can stay on the vert, look down to that floor, and have an unbeatable angle. So they commit everything for that final push, that final plant, and it works out. Daystar have now shown us 2 beautiful executes in a row, and if they could do it again, they're looking at a 4-2-half on layer attack. That would be phenomenal when you're up against Orchid.
It's attacking half, for goodness sake. Yeah, if you
Yeah?
can go 3-3, if you can go 4-2, that's everything. I really did think that Orchid was on their way to catch up with Daystar, but this doesn't seem to be the case. Daystar seem better than they did in, I'm gonna say stage 1, in kickoff. Now that they have Yao on the board, and yeah, I mean, Yao's only got 1 kill. Peak is doing a lot of the heavy lifting, but it's not just about the frag capability, it's about how the team looks, and Yao is clearly bringing a lot that Daystar don't otherwise have.
Someone's gotta set up the play, and I think that man is just Yao for this roster. And it's also, you spoke earlier about how it can be a big difference from having like a dedicated specialist shield player and just a person who plays the shield for the sake of it. One thing is playing the shield, another one is just like, you're just taking the role that nobody else wants to do. Because it's better to have a guy who's like, yeah, I'll play it, I don't mind, I'm not gonna be the best at it, but I will do it happily, than forcing a player who's clearly uncomfortable and trying to force the play. So Yao's doing a great job for his team, absolutely. Now the
Really,
BB is
best
a bit
case
more speed than
scenario,
Monkey,
you get a player
so
who's like, I really love doing shields, let me take that responsibility for you.
that is the dream world. So many teams tried to avoid playing the shields when they first came to meta. For example, WCNM roster, aka Furia, it took them ages before they even attempted playing shields. The Empire roster, it's now changed up to Virtus Pro, but back when they were the Russian team, they would never play shields either until very recently, and then shortly after trying it and not working out, they made some roster changes. So it feels like now every team has started forcing the shields, and the difference is, like you said, some have a player who's happy to do it, and some have a player who's forced to do it.
Well, Yao has taken a lot of ground with this shield, but took a bit of damage to the foot there. Nice nitro here. Orchid understand that chip damage is everything when it comes to playing against shields, and still Peeps is just proning, trying desperately to find an angle onto the feed. It really makes it awkward for Yao. He doesn't know. Can he safely just keep peeking? Oh, there we go. Peeps eventually lands the shot. That is so big for Daystar. Losing that Blackbeard, how are they going to win the rest of this round? They've been stalled out. Orchid finally look to have their number. Seal needs to get desperate. Detonates that Jago payload. Like Colas now targeted, but he answers his phone. He's still close, exposed on the breach. How long can he hold on to this position for?
If they call him again, they'll know for sure. Here comes the call. Will it target him? No, targets PG-Man instead. He's gonna go unnoticed in this position, most likely. He can watch the breach inside and out, and the hallway too. Oh, but they do know, actually. Seals gets a freebie, and now the plan is technically possible.
And BG-Man does get called this time around. Peach holding his position, but he's just lost his keeper barrier to hide behind. And doesn't have a nitro cell, but he does win the fight. All he needs to do is deny the plant! Plant is denied! Daystar need to replace Pika. Takes it upon himself, and Souffle can cover. Exalotic now has to 1 versus 2. Doesn't know where the players are. Souffle with the pistol! Daystar stole it out of nowhere, and they dominate the half, 4-2 at the end of the splits. In a day of it being impossible to attack, our first match today was all about the defense, but today, Daystar have stepped up 4-2 in their attacking half. Now they move on to their defensive side, and it's all smiles on their dials.
And it's not just the fact that they got the 4 rounds, it's how they got there. I mean, beautiful executes, synchronization on the same page, but then also the flip side is they're also clutching up. That previous round, I think the guy planting dies with like 2 seconds left in the round. Piga sprints in, gets the kill, replaces him, and then Souffle covers. It's beautiful, again, where the teamwork is from the side of Daystar. You see it here. Timer's taken down. I felt like Cole was going to win the round for his team, actually, but he was indeed figured out. So then 5 seconds, 4, 3, Planet dies. 2 seconds, 1 second, right before 0, Piga replaces him. Souffle, double kill. Again, this should not be happening, and I don't even blame Orchid, like, oh my god, you're making mistakes, this and this and that. This is Daystar just clutching up and being better individually, and it's beautiful to watch everyone putting in the efforts. And that was with losing the blanket from Yao early on in that round. Their plan B was still rock solid.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, it's a hard day to be on the Orchid side. Again, yeah. I'm surprised to see Daystar so hot in form so soon after their roster change. I don't know whether Orchid were expecting it, but I'm starting to see a little bit of a gap between these teams. I really felt like in kickoff there wasn't much of a gap between Daystar and Orchid. But it looks like that is not at all the case. The OGs on this roster, Pika and Souffle, are really leading the way. And every time they get new up-and-coming talent, they seem to slot them in very well.
What is Seal doing? Oh yeah, there we go.
What is the plan here? What is the strat?
I'm trying to figure it out. I'm none the wiser. After seeing both the windows, I am none the wiser. He knows what he's doing. It's like he's a professional. I thought it was a Twitch stream for a second. I thought, oh no, it's all gonna be ruined.
This is a strat and a half. I've never seen something quite like this before.
I'm really sure Peeps is like, guys, the mirror is doing something.
The mirror is
sure what he's doing, but
cooking.
He's doing something.
Seal is cooking like crazy right now.
So I see the upside. If you can hold ops room, you now see the breach and have a lot of map control. But taking ops room control as an attacker is incredibly easy if it's what you're going for as a primary push. So Orc have a choice to make here. Do you 5-man push this, take away the mirror window, and then flip the attack? Or do you allow them to have these mirror windows? Because mind you, like mirror windows, like castle barricades, wherever defenders put them, is because it benefits the defenders. So you want to try and clear it as much as possible.
I think if you're Orchid here, you have someone upside down repel on the window into ops. If you upside down repel, you might be able to find the narrowest of angles to peek over that mirror window and actually expose the position of Seal. Ideally, it would have been nice to
charge.
Yeah, I was going to say Ace, Ash, Sophia, any operator like that that can do range destruction, even on the soft wall, would destroy that mirror window. Oh, that's not good. Oh. Did he get shot? Oh, that's unfortunate there.
That is.
Second one should get it. Mirror gone, and there goes the hold. The entire hold is now busted.
I'm gonna give them help.
Now that mirror window angle on the bottom will make it harder to make a breach that's interable for them to actually go for a plan attempt. But they do lose peek on the smoke elsewhere, which is a huge loss to suffer. A second one, Pierce finds Souffle, Jaeger too, so Daystar's gonna have to go for broke. He's gonna have to just swing back and try and even back these numbers because 3 versus 5, this round is gonna slowly start bleeding out for them.
Orchid are looking a lot more alive on their attacking side. Daystar took a little bit of a gamble, going for an unorthodox type of hold. Seal has now completely abandoned it. He's rotated back to try and fill the gaps from his dead teammates. Critche, though, he's found a gap. Ozuki down. Colas on the floor, and now finished off. Big double from Yao, traded. Orchid decided to throw bodies his way, but now Seal has a chance to clutch up. Orchid say not today. And the Thai roster are finally back within touching distance of their opponents.
It's all about those first 2 opening picks. Getting that 5v3, they can flood the bomb side. Had that been an even number situation, I don't think that push would have worked. And it feels a bit like, maybe too early to say, right? But Daystar, when they're attacking, they were very calculated, very step-by-step, very telegraphed on what they're going to do. Orchid, they're just we're gonna fight, and almost brute force the problem. And that is also the Crit J special, and Peeps too, I would say. They're so good at just getting in the mix of the chaos and just making plays. That's what we saw from them previously. Lacolas, hovering Monty,
Attackers
also
need
a
to locate
classic
and
from them if
defuse
you were to
bombs.
stick it. But then the question comes, which you brought up when Daystar were attacking. Do you not play the Monty for the first 3 rounds to hide it so that it does not get banned and then you can play it later on? Because the issue is when you're down 3 to 4, can you afford not playing at 100% right now? Can you afford having some weaker attacker rounds for the first 3 attempts? Because if you end up losing them, you know, Daystar is not far from match point.
Yeah, you can't afford to make any mistakes on your attacking side.
10 seconds to go.
I like the Echo play here. It looks like Lycolis is going to lock in
5
this
seconds
Monty,
left.
which means that Souffle's Echo is going to be massive. Man, we have a lot
Attackers
of
are
Monty
moving to
counters
defuse the
here.
bomb.
Ella, Thorn, the Goyo will lock the Monty out of position as well, plus a lot of impact grenades, 1 C4. Lycolis is so good on this Monty, but I feel like Daystar might actually have the right ingredients for it.
All about execution. There's a canister, a yokai, a thorn trap, Ella mines in pocket, by the way, ready to be tossed on out. So Lycolis has to be very cautious here of what he's going to be doing. And so far, pretty good. Dukes the fire, doesn't take any bit of damage, and it's just burning utility. He'll see the yoga drone momentarily here and know that the danger is also lurking in the ceiling. Tell his teammates, hey, get the switch drone out. I can try to find you that switch drone. Just get ready for it. So as long as they just keep burning, yeah, they shot the yokai. As long as they keep doing this step by step, it's completely worth it. Even though it looks like they're stuck, they're actually progressing. Elamine. Whew.
He's just waiting. Still supported by those yokais. You hear them whizzing around. Flashbang might be awkward for him. Doesn't last very long. I like the air jab. That could help out. I don't know if it's landed. I don't know if it was not in position. Flashes go out again. The support comes through. BG Man lands the critical kill onto Pika. Even though Lycolis has taken a hell of a lot of damage, or could have made some control. Seal continues fighting for it. Force back. Souffle brings out his impact. Big kill onto Exarlotic. Now Lycolis so low on HP, the impact might just finish him off. Oh! Great shots from Seal. BG goes down. Lycolis on a sliver of HP. It's just him and Critche to pick up the pieces, but this round is in the bin.
Disgusting. Lycolis played this round so well. 2 Goya fires, 2 Elemines, a Thorn Trap, 2 Impact Grenades, 2 Echo Drones. He's still alive. The issue is everybody else is dying around him. Seal hitting some nasty shots and pre-fires. And that's changed everything for this round. Crit J, the other star fragger, has been upstairs using the Rambuki drones. And technically to great effect. The floor is broken above the bomb site, but no one's about to peek down at this current minute. So they're stuck peeking the doors, in the hallways. They find the final 3rd Yokai drone, I believe, leaving less information for the defenders, but time, 35 seconds, C4 in the pocket of Asuki. They have plenty of ways to deny this Monty.
And Lycolis cannot afford to make a mistake, expose himself to even a second. Otherwise, that's going to happen. Critche, is he good enough for a 1v4? Probably not. And definitely not, it seems. Timeout is immediately called by Team Orchid as Daystar are starting to run away with their advantage. 2 rounds away from locking it in.
It's kind of hard to discuss what went wrong, right? Like, as I was saying, the round was so good. Like Lycolis, the Monty, the push, the control. But you're just dying to a high fire rate gun, just pre-firing you like crazy. I mean, you have to flick from the Monty to the Twitch behind you to get that kill. That's not going to happen every single time. So I think you keep your calm if you Team Orchid. You don't talk about the micro of the mistakes that round. You talk about the general playstyle of the opponent. Like, they're being overly aggressive, right? Get ready for those swings, hold the angles. They played Nomad last time, maybe keep bringing that out. And just be more conscious of how the enemy is playing against you. Because you can't keep losing bodies like this, or you're going to end up losing the match.
Yeah, what the Orchid do right now? I mean, Critche is a fragger, sure, but you need a lot more than that. You need to have the whole squad in sync for a push. And I got to wonder, like, was this won by Daystar almost in the pick phase, you know, in the read They knew exactly how to deal with Orchid going for a direct take with the Monty in tow. They have the util for it, and they have the confidence to fight for ground. Usually rounds on that basement are not won in Garage. Usually, Garage, you have a little bit of presence, maybe you shoot a drone, then you fall back. You do not try and fight it down to a 4v2 inside a Garage. And yet Daystar didn't care that they saw a Monty. They didn't care that the entire team was pushing from that position. Yeah. They said, look, we've got the util, we've got the Echo, the Ella, we know how to fight this.
And we spoke to Harambe yesterday, right, after they won, and he also seemed very confident that they can get very far, and they can fight for that top 2 spot and maybe challenge Weibo for the title and for the spot at EWC. Today's performance, if it continues this way, it just kind of proves their current level. Because taking down Orchid in a confident fashion like they have been so far, that is a statement.
Well, it's not done yet. Orchid is still only 2 rounds behind, but they need to step up on these attacking sides. On this top floor yesterday, when they played against HL Tari, they did win that first round of attack onto that top floor, but they lost the second time. They were the only times that they managed to get a chance to attack it. Today, of course, they won it on the first chance. Can they go back to back? They're going to need to. Otherwise, Daystar are going to have 3 match points. But Daystar aren't going to go for as risky of a setup as they did last time around. Yeah, they've got the mirror, but they're going to play this a little bit more conservatively and make sure not to... I was going to say they're going to make sure not to give away picks too easily, but as I say that, Pika is prone in a doorway, pretending to be barbed wire.
Pika's been a little bit of a rat today, I'm not gonna lie to you, but he's been doing it so well that I can't hate him for it. It's been phenomenal this match so far. Also, just wanna, you know, the glass ban, really love that from Daystar, just to note that. It was what Critje was using on the attacking side of Lair yesterday, and it's just not being allowed to. So you get the Grim Bees, which is great. You get red ping information, but you can't push with the Grim Bees. You can't get in the building with the Grim Bees. You just get intel. With the glass, the smoke, you walk in, you get freebies. No counterplay on this type of ward, for example. Like Colas takes down Souffle, so Tishankar move to action, buys you a lot of time as well in server. They just kind of keep composed, use the information now, get those Grimbees invested. Clear the mirror window. Great progress from Orchid.
Oh, yeah, but Pika over-peaking gives a chance now for Orchid. They had progress, now they have a 2-player advantage. A 3-player advantage as Critje finds another one. Seal feels desperately the need to swing on out. He finds 2 kills. His phone dies. Doesn't matter. Big Nitro cell doesn't land where it needs to. Peeps just around the corner. Seal, though, gets the drop on him. 3 kills on the round. Traded by Lycolis. A 1v2 opportunity presents itself to Azuki. But it's Lycolis and Critje, the captain, and his deadly henchmen who need to win. But Azuki stands up for Daystar and sits Team Orchid back down.
Ridiculous. I don't know if you noticed this, but like Lycolis was prone on the bomb site door for the majority of that round when Seal got those kills. He was walking straight past him, basically. I mean, this is Seal's second round now in a row where he's in a really tough position and is just finding headshot after headshot and making the round so winnable. And then Azuki gets the rotation with the deployable shield that was there since the prep phase, by the way, and that gets him the cover to win his 2 gunfights. Arbiter bans finally come out. Daystar, of course, got rid of the Grim. That's been forced out by Critje very commonly. Orchid, the target ban, the mirror that we've seen time and time again. Both make a ton of sense. But we are leaving open operators like the Monty, the Deimos, the Dokebi. There can be a lot of explosive rounds to come here from Orchid if they want to.
But 3 in a row, that's a big ask. And if I'm not wrong, the clash has been locked in from Seal.
Oh no.
Man. Azuki's also trying to hide the bandits, so there's so many layers to this for Daystar. Last time around, we saw, I'm trying to remember the previous attack onto this bomb site, because we saw a really nice attack, but it's funny, that was actually not from Orchid, that was from Daystar. Nope. When Daystar attacked this bomb site, they were so good. They used the Thatcher, the Sens, the Monty, planted behind that Monty. Do have Montaigne teased out here by Lycolis on Orchid, but the clash should counter the Monty pretty nicely. No Solus, though, for Daystar. Are they going to be fully aware of where that plan's going, I wonder?
I think the problem here is when you play the Bandit and the Clash, you're locking yourself in a lot with the operators. So you want the ward, no doubt, and I think you want the Golden Smoke as well. So then you want to Bandit trick the wall, you want to have the Clash like a cheese operator, and I think that's just where you're kind of going to be losing the Solus. It's a different way of playing out this round, but mind you, if Asuki can Bandit trick the external walls, then they don't have to worry about the bomb side because they can't push it. Then the attackers have to go top floor. Then that's where the Clash comes into play because you can force those gunfights and just walk up the green stairs. So I feel like the Daystar, a lot comes down to Asuki and whether or not he can counter the Thermite or not.
He's just waiting for the Thermite to come and try and open up the wall.
Yeah, but he's not there.
No, he's not. Seal's been
He's
spotted
in the
now
upstairs
on the Clash.
balcony.
Is Seal seriously going to go for a peek here? Oh, there's a nade. That's fine. Doesn't necessarily mean to clear the barbed wire.
Damn.
Seal's hoping to get peeked. Lycolis is looking to push in the other direction. The Clash will likely rotate. And a whiff of that gas.
Yeah.
A bit of damage on the Lycolis. Daystar has just ridden this so well.
Yeah. And, I mean, all of a sudden, the Bandit Clash pick looks genius. And I feel like the reason why Thermite is upstairs and not going to that external wall first is because they know it's a Bandit. And they don't have a counter pick for it. Don't have a Maverick, don't have any way to deal with it. Can't even EMP it, for God's sake. So they're forced to go for a less than ideal attack right now, just facing the Clash. But look at the attacking lineup. Solid Snake, Gridlock, Munchie. None of these operators have a good time against the Clash either. So they're getting countered by the bomb side and by the roam extension. That means they have nowhere to actually push from. And it's gotten so dire that Asuki's not even Bandit tricking. He's abandoned the external wall to just double down on the green staircase. It's time for plan C.
Yeah.
Like, and I don't know what it's gonna be. It's gonna be go down the hallway, go for some kills, hit some headshots. Critchay, where are you? Because strategically, Orchid are completely locked out.
Yeah, the problem is it's so hard for Orchid to just find a kill here or there. Daystar are playing such conservative positions with their crossfires. Here's a good breach though for BG Man. He might find an angle. But Daystar are not exposing themselves. BG Man is going to have to be the one to make the first move. A breach in from server. That flashbang won't last very long. Critchay is going to have to make an entrance. He knows someone's watching him. He sees that laser sight. A flashbang. He doesn't necessarily know that there's two players. He needs some support from the other direction. Who's coming in to help out? A big double. Upstairs from Daystar, but Peeps has snuck into the side, found one, and gotten back out again. It's him and Exarlotic that need to pick up the pieces, but hello! Azuki around the corner, Exarlotic has to clutch up, but Seal on the Clash to finally get the job done. Daystar have certainly made a mess of things for Team Orchid. This is not a lower bracket final rematch. This is a new dawn, a new day, and a new devastation for Daystar.
Oh my god! I mean, we saw their attacks and how clinical they were picking things apart strategically, but then on that final defensive round, it was a masterclass in operator picks, fully countering the expected attack, and then the chaos that happened, blocking down top floor. I mean, we saw a 5v5 with what, 30 seconds left? That became a 2v2 5 seconds later. Everyone's so committed, everyone knowing what angles to be watching. Like Colet also hit a team kill in the midst of that chaos as well, I just noticed there. So much happening, and it's Seal, the guy who's been getting so many important kills, that closes out this game.
Very chill reaction from Daystar as well as they win that. A game that we thought was going to be our match of the day. A big rematch from the most important game of kickoff that Team Orchid could not get done. And now it goes from bad to worse. What happened today? I mean, Critchay, a negative KD. Lycolis, the whole squad looking disjointed. Team Orchid having no idea what's going on right now. I'm concerned for them. I'm worried for them. Half of the teams in this league, Pengu, in Asia League, are from Thailand. Team Orchid's meant to be the best of them. Is this the best that Thailand has to offer? Well, Daystar have certainly showed up today. This new roster change, bringing Yao in, has worked out so well. Pika and Seal are just looking phenomenal. Pika was, as you said, such a little rat today, but looking so fire for Daystar. And man, what more to say? Let's ask Harambe. How the hell did you guys get it done? We thought this was going to be a close game, Harambe. Give us a dance. We
I
thought
mean,
this was going to be tight. It was a lower bracket
it was kind
final
of close
rematch.
every round. It was kind of close every round.
Sure.
We got some like crazy shots and crazy clutches. Props to the boys. Holy shit.
You're talking about shots and clutches, Rambe, but the strategical depth you guys were showing today was actually what impressed me the most. On the attacks, we're talking old school style, 1-2-3 siege, executes, forcing down the plans. On that final defensive round, what was the plan? Talk me through it. You had the bandit to trick the external wall, Clash to hold upstairs. What did you think that the enemy was going to do that led to those kinds of operators?
So in the last few attack rounds of them, they are playing really slow early and mid round, and they don't really have any utility to play in late round. So our focus is just waste their time as much as possible and play the execution, because we're better than them.
Yeah.
You were. You are.
Yeah. You
guys-
saw still hitting crazy shots, right?
Nah,
Holy.
I did.
That's
Yeah,
nasty. Also, the dash shot to the Monty. That's crazy.
Yeah. No, look, Harambe, your team is looking really, really good. Started this year, obviously. You made it to 6 Invitational through the open quals. Salt Lake City, you had 2 spots. Even though you guys really struggled in the grand final against Weibo, didn't matter because you just had to beat Orchid and you made it to the major. With EWC, though, it's a different conversation, right? Like, you know that in the past, Weibo's been a really hard game for you guys. This time around, you don't just have to be better than Orchid, you've got to be better than the best that Asia has to offer. But with this new roster change bringing Yao in with a 7-3 convincing over Orchid, do you think it's possible?
Yeah, I think everything is possible after we got Yao and we got like new mentality toward the whole game. So yeah, everything is possible. I mean, if we might.
Yeah. Fantastic. Well, I'll give you a quick second to shout out the fans or say anything that you want. The mic is yours.
Boom! Let's go, boys! 7-3, let's go! Woo!
Thank you, Harambe. See you next week.
Thank you, Rambe.
Yeah, guys.
Mate, can we get... That is, by the way, to
Get
all
more
other
for
players
Harambe,
and
man.
teams, all other players and teams out there, that is now the par. You need to get the same level of energy that we got out of Harambe. I want that in every single post-match interview. Big 7-3 for Daystar over Orchid. Is the tide turning? Orchid was so clearly like, fighting for that second-best team in the region. It feels like Daystar has leveled up to another level.
Yeah, but do you know what the most exciting part is? I'm looking at every single playdate right now on the schedule. Playdate 7, the final playdate that we have here, is gonna be Daystar versus Weibo Gaming. So I feel like we follow Harambe's story and Daystar, and if they keep leveling up and getting stronger and stronger and stronger, their final boss will end up being Weibo Gaming to figure out like who's gonna take that one. That's super exciting.
It is. Daystar, though, have another big scalp to try and find. Next week, their game is against Soul's Heart. Soul's Heart are actually playing up next against HL Tauri. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
คนไทยนั้นได้มีการไปแข่งต่างประเทศบ้างทำให้รู้สึกว่าให้กับประเทศให้มีการผลักดันของประเทศไทยให้มากขึ้นในการแข่งขัน e-sport ก็อยากให้มีการผลักดันพวกผมเพราะว่าพวกผมก็ทำเต็มที่มีทำชื่อเสียงกับประเทศก็จากการที่ไปแข่ง1-1ที่ญี่ปุ่นแล้วก็ปารีสผมรู้สึกว่าบทเรียนที่ผมได้รับคือผมต้องเต็มที่กับมันแล้วก็อย่าตื่นเต้นอย่าทำนอกแผนเล่นให้เหมือนซ้อมถ้าคุณเมื่อไหร่ก็ตามที่เล่นไม่เหมือนซ้อมนั้นคุณก็จะพ่ายแพ้เหมือนที่ผมพ่ายแพ้ที่ปารีสก็แน่นอนว่าสิ่งที่ผู้คนจะได้เห็นผมเล่นก็คือช็อตกันอย่างแน่นอนลูกซองผมก็จะ คงเล่นเหมือนเดิมมีตัวละครที่มีปืนแรกเป็นลูกซองและปืนที่2เป็นปืน SMG ที่ดีทีมที่ผมอยากเจอที่สุดก็คือทีมน้องกิจเจทีมเพราะว่าเมื่อก่อนนั้นน้องเคยอยู่ทีมนี้มาก่อนผมก็อยากจะทำให้บอสที่เลือกพวกผมนั้นไม่ผิดหวังในตัวผมก็ตอนนั้นมีรายการ1-1เข้ามาหลังจากที่มีการคัด SI เกิดขึ้นแล้วทีนี้ผมเห็นโอกาสว่าเอ้ยถ้าเราได้แข่ง1-1นี้แล้วเราชนะเราอาจจะมีโอกาสได้ไปแข่ง SI ที่ปารีสผมก็เลยเลือกที่จะลงแข่ง1-1ของก็ไม่เคยมีการแข่งขัน1-1มาก่อนแล้วผมเองก็ไม่เคยเล่น1-1มาก่อนก็เป็นสิ่งที่ครั้งแรกเป็นสิ่งใหม่ที่ผมได้ลองแล้วก็รู้สึกสนุกกับมันส่วนตัวนั้นผมเป็นค่อนข้างที่จะเล่นปืนลูกซองค่อนข้างเก่งอะไรอย่างนี้แล้วก็เป็นคนที่เมื่อแข่งที่แลนด์ผมเป็นคนที่ไฮฟ์ผมเป็นคนที่ตะโกนผมเป็นคนที่เวลาเล่นแล้วเอาสุดเล่นแล้วจริงจังเล่นแล้วซีเรียสเล่นแล้วมันสนุกไปกับมันก็เมื่อไหร่ก็ตามที่ผมรู้สึกว่าผมตะโกนนั้นผมรู้สึกว่าตอนนั้นผมจะแบบเข้าฟอร์มเข้าที่รู้สึกว่ายิงค่อนข้างโหดเมื่อไหร่ก็ตามที่ได้ตะโกนนั้นผมก็รู้สึกว่ารู้สึกดีที่จะได้ทำก็ตอนที่ผมคัดไปญี่ปุ่นนะครับผมไม่รู้มาก่อนเลยว่าคนที่ได้ที่1นั้นจะได้ไปที่ญี่ปุ่นผมก็เล่นชิวๆผมคิดว่าแค่ท็อป4ก็อาจจะได้ไปต่อแล้วอะไรอย่างนี้นึกว่าจะมีการแข่งขันเกิดขึ้นแล้วตอนนั้นผมก็เล่นไปเรื่อยๆแล้วได้ที่1ผมก็ไม่รู้ว่าเอ้าได้ไปญี่ปุ่นแล้วหรออะไรอย่างนี้พอได้ไปญี่ปุ่นผมก็รู้สึกตกใจแล้วก็เอ้าได้ไปแล้วก็รู้สึกดีมากที่จะได้แข่งที่ญี่ปุ่นที่ APL ครับเพราะว่าไม่เคยแข่งที่ต่างประเทศมาก่อนเลยแล้วก็พอได้ไปแข่งแล้วก็มีคนมาดูอะไรอย่างนี้ผมก็ชอบที่จะแข่งแบบนั้นแล้วก็รู้สึกไม่กดดันที่จะแข่งแบบมีคนชมก็รู้สึกดีมากที่มีพี่ๆโซฮาร์ดมาดูแล้วก็เชียร์ผมตอนแข่ง1-1ถึงแม้ว่าแรกผมจะแพ้แล้วผมต้องไปแข่งใหม่อะไรอย่างนี้ก็รู้สึกดีที่มีพี่ๆคอยเชียร์อยู่ที่ตรงหน้าสแตนก็เมื่อตอนที่ผมได้ไปแข่งปารีสผมก็โทรหาพ่อโทรหาแม่ก่อนเลยว่าผมได้ไปแข่งปารีสนั้นพ่อกับแม่เตรียมรอดูได้เลยแล้วก็สิ่งที่ผมเตรียมตัวไปในการแข่งที่ SI ปารีสก็คือผมก็บอกกับตัวเองว่าผมก็คงยังเป็นผมเหมือนเดิมในการที่เล่นลูกซองเหมือนเดิมดิชั่นหญิงเหมือนเดิมก็เมื่อตอนที่ผมได้ไปอยู่บนเวทีใหญ่ที่ปารีสผมรู้สึกว่าโอ้นี่แหละการแข่งขันของจริงมีคนดูเป็นพันที่มาคอยดูผมรู้สึกว่ารู้สึกดีและรู้สึกตื่นเต้นกับมันก็เมื่อตอนที่ผมเจอสลิมเชดดี้นะครับแต่ทุกสิ่งทุกอย่างนั้นเป็นไปตามแผนทุกสิ่งทุกอย่างเป็นตามแผนที่ผมคิดไว้ผมชนะแบบแรกผมขึ้นนำ 3-0 แต่ว่าพอหลังจากนั้นผมรู้สึกว่าตัวเองนั้นไม่ได้เล่นตามแผนไม่ได้เล่นตามที่ซ้อมรู้สึกว่าตอนนั้นคิดอะไรไม่ออกแล้วก็ไม่ได้เล่นตามที่ซ้อมผมเลยรู้สึกเสียใจที่แพ้แล้วก็อาจจะมีร้องไห้บ้างอาจจะมีเสียใจแต่ก็ตอนนี้ก็ผ่านมาหลายวันแล้วก็ปรับตัวได้แหละก็ทุกสิ่งทุกอย่างที่ผมแพ้ผมก็จะปล่อยออกไปแล้วก็มองถึงอนาคตไม่ยุ่งกับมันถึงแม้ว่าคิดแล้วเราจะเสียใจแต่ว่าเราก็ปล่อยมันไปแล้วเราก็มองแต่อนาคตก็รู้สึกว่าไฟยังคงอยู่แล้วก็อยากจะไปแข่งที่สเตทอีกแล้วก็แน่นอนว่าถ้ามีโอกาสเข้ามาผมก็จะทำให้มันได้เต็มที่เพื่อที่จะไปอยู่จุดนั้นให้ได้แน่นอนว่าพอได้เห็นว่ามีการบอกว่าจะมีญี่ปุ่นเมเจอร์นั้นผมก็เห็นแล้วผมรู้สึกว่าถ้าผมไม่ได้ไปเนี่ยผมคงเสียใจแน่ๆตอนนี้ผมก็จะเต็มที่ให้กับมันแล้วก็พยายามไปถึงที่สุดที่จะได้ไปแข่งที่ญี่ปุ่นเมเจอร์
Well, Daystar really made a name for themselves in that big game against Team Orchid. We even got a massive reaction from Harambe and a little bit of a Harambe dance. Hopefully that won't be the end of the shenanigans for today. 2 games down, 2 to go. Let's have a look at our schedule as we turn our attention to our third match of the evening. HL Tari versus Soul's Heart Esport. Guess what? It is another, it's Soul's Heart going up against HL Tari. Yeah, sorry, I'm repositioning, I'm recalibrating my brain between each game. HL Tari, get this. HL Tari, last place in stage 1. Last place. They even lost their decider match for Fury, against Fury rather. Soul's Heart on the flip side of that, they rocketed up. They looked so good. They even beat Daystar in their opening match in kickoff. But let's talk about their opponents. Yet there's only one way up when you have been battered down so much, and that is where HL Tari find themselves at the moment. They're the next up-and-coming talent from Thailand, and they are looking for a chance to prove themselves.
Yeah, honestly, on kickoff, they had a bit of a weak start and weak end. Nothing really amazingly happened for them. But yesterday, up against Team Orchid, they were looking improved from kickoff here into stage 1. While they did only win 3 rounds, all of them being on the defensive side of Lair, the way in which they won them was improved. So I am curious to see HL Tari having kickoff as kind of a warm-up season for them, how far they can take it into stage 1 and perhaps start getting a round on the board, because I do think they can start competing against some of those weaker teams in this region.
Yeah, for sure. Always a fun chance to see new players take the spotlight, and that's the case here for HL Tari, a team that coming into this year, I really hadn't heard much about them. I really hadn't thought much about them, but there's always a chance to prove yourselves. And yesterday's game against Orchid, they looked okay for the start of it. They just need a chance to have a few more reps in, and the reps they're going to get today are going to be against Soul's Heart. Now, funnily enough, yesterday, the match that Soul's Heart played against Fury started looking rough for them. As soon as they swapped into that second half on Bang, they ran away with it. This is one of the oldest rosters now in Asia. They haven't made a roster change in a hell of a long time, ever since I9 came over from the now Team Orchid roster. These guys have been grinding as best as they possibly can. They even won the APAC Cup earlier this year in Tokyo, but of course there's a long way to go. It's been such a long time since we've seen them at a proper international event. What's it going to take to finally break back into it?
Yeah, speaking about I9, this guy was absolutely popping off yesterday. We were talking about how when Plan A wasn't working, they would just start brute forcing these rounds up against Fury. And I9 was often the man to lead the charge into those kinds of rounds and bring it back for his side of the team. And that was the story. Ever since Sideswap, when Sosa went from the attack, where they hadn't even stood, gone to defense, and complete locked out. No plans going down against them. The enemy didn't have a chance. And this man right here is a big reason for that. He's always a playmaker.
Such a phenomenal player. Earlier today, we saw a little piece of content, an interview from Labyrinth, another Thai player, who said he thinks the best in Thailand is Crit J. I think I9 gives him a run for his money. This guy, 27 years old. He's actually born the same year as me. He's a 98 baby. He's now a father. He's been playing in the Thailand region, in the Asia region for such a long time. He started in 2019 with Xavier Esports. He played through that Elevate run when they went to the 6th Invitational in 2022 when Onigiri broke the kill record. Since then, he's played for Fury, and then, of course, the No Cap R6/Soul's Heart roster. These guys have worked and played in this facility in Thailand for a long time now. You would recognize a lot of the beautiful yet terrifying artwork in the background. That's what these guys have. That's the facility where these guys have been practicing for years, ever since back in the good old Elevate days. Are they going to be capable of really challenging for the top spot in the region, though? That remains to be seen. Let's break into the VODs, though, Pengu. We've got to find out what map we'll be heading to. For Soul's Heart, I wouldn't be surprised if they try and head back to Bank, where we saw them yesterday, but HL Tari are going to ban it away. It's Soul's Heart to get the final decision between Lair and Chalet, and we're going back to Lair.
So HL Tari playing Lair first play day against Orchid wants to go back to Lair against Soul's Heart. That either means one of two things. Either HL Tari, they have a very weak map pool and are forced into Lair being one of their only playable maps, or they genuinely believe that they can just fix the problems that they saw against Team Orchid and go into this map a lot stronger against Soul's Heart.
Well, the game is ready, so it's time to get into it. HL Tari need to bounce back after playing Let and losing it yesterday to Team Orchid, like you say. But for Soul's Heart, it's their first debut on this map for the stage. Thankfully for them, they have an opponent that could well be quite achievable. It's another all-tie barn burner, which should be no surprise when half of the teams in our league are from Thailand. Soul's Heart might have a chance to prove that they are the #1 Thai team. If they win this, then they will jump ahead of Team Orchid after Team Orchid lost to Daystar earlier today. Soul's Heart against HL Tari starting on left.
So yeah, I mean, defense, again, that's been the story for HL Tari for a long time. They're comfortable there. Attacking side is going to be the question mark. Going back-to-back on the map, I kind of like it. Like, the more I think about it, I kind of like from HL Tari because they need to work on the fundamentals and the small details they can get better at. And there's no better way than getting a real practice match on a map in Pro League. That's going to be Lair yesterday. And then going back to it with some newfound knowledge to kind of tighten up those small weaknesses. My only concern is here, they started against Orchid yesterday and Soul's Heart today. Then they play Fury. It just doesn't feel like HL Tari, they really get a break and a quote-unquote easier matchup for a while. They're going to start fighting all the top dogs, essentially. So you have to really figure things out extremely quickly, especially with back-to-back play days.
Well, fun thing about casting 2 games of Lair right after another Pengu is that we really get to see the way that different teams lean into different parts of the strategy. One thing that never seems to change, though, is people love their Tachanka on this top floor. We have triple plant/area denial here from HL Tari. Tachanka, Smoke, and Goyo. That is a lot of time delay and a lot of late round win conditions for HL Tari. Soul's Heart are going to have to make sure they don't let that timer slip down. They're going to have to be early. They're going to have to be quick. They're going to have to be aggressive.
But we know they can do that. We just spoke about I9 and how much of a playmaker he is and how he's always the first to get a kill for his team. If they want to go fast, just ask them. Hey guys, go fast take. Okay, we'll do it right now. We saw the Finger being a second repeat onto the Monty, I9 noting the Blackbeard, and then DCH actually ended up on the Finger. So we're talking Dokkaebi double shield and Finger boost with a single heart breacher off the ace. These guys can explode anywhere in the bomb site whenever they would like to. And the thing about playing these triple plant denial operators is that they don't have a ton of traps to slow down an attack that's more kill oriented. No, there is an Ella. There's only 2 pre-placed Griswold mines, 1 in pocket, but there's no Fenrir, Melusi. So I guess they're really relying on those 6 pieces of barbed wire to slow the attackers down on the staircase and window jump ins and everything. So we'll see what Sosa wants to do. They can go fast or they can go slow because they got the Monty and the BB.
I9 so good on that BB. What's he cooking? Where is he gonna? Is he looking to backstab, I think? I feel like these days we so rarely see pushes onto R6 room. Most of the time the execute is intended for a plant right where Zoshav has placed that Vulcan canister on the wall towards the ops hallway. But there's just so many layers of this defense that need to be whittled away in order to achieve that. Looks like Soul's Heart have cleared ops though. No one from HL Tari looking to contest it. Instead, Killer's playing around his Kiba barriers a little bit further back. What's Chatterman up to downstairs? Wonder if he's expecting a little bit of vertical presence from Soul's Heart.
Could be. Chatterman has been like the sole roamer for HL Tari for this stage 1 so far. He's always below the bomb site or around it. He's never like right on top of it. And he has a good read. DCH is looking towards entering Rocket Door. And he has a drone. I think he's heard the sound cue of somebody in the area, but can't quite pinpoint it just yet. So much time burnt away though. We're still working those bathroom windows, breaching the staircase wall towards Rocket. We're needing DCH here to walk in and walk up the staircase. So Chatterman and DCH should come into a fight sooner rather than later. Final 60 seconds. Still haven't breached the wall in the hallway here for Soul's Heart, so no access to the bomb site and no more Selma charges either.
Big play though, Killers holding on. DCH goes down and Killers has just made his way down those rocket stairs. Still 2 shields up for Soul's Heart as they get close to this bottom side, but struggling to find a way into it. Killers finally taken down on his flankers. Mr. Punch Gets one as well with the pistol. Sunstrike in an exposed position, but do they know where he is? I think he's just made sound, and Mr. Punch goes at him with the pistol. Double shield strat, so deadly for Soul's Heart. Poor guy. Mr. Punch with the 4K on the Montaigne. Support who? Monty is here to frag the hell out. What a dominant start for Soul's Heart.
It took a long time to set up that execute, but once they pop that first finger boost, they jump in the windows, they walk into the staircase area and just start taking those fights. HLTory playing, unfortunately for them, two different styles of siege there. We have two people, you know, the Ella and the Asami, happily taking a fight around the rocket stairs main lobby portion. Then we had Sunstrike hiding away in a corner by the museum window, almost trying to avoid a gunfight. It's very important when you're in these like 5v5 last, 30-second pushes that every defender is finding value. That's either covering an important area where you know an attacker is coming from, or actively taking a gunfight with your teammates. Because when there's so little time left, the action is going to happen very quickly, and it's going to be over very quickly as well for that reason. So the fact that Sunstrike is just hiding away means there's one less gun to help HLTory's side, and they fall short. So gotta see this up together. Either you're gonna fight together or you're gonna fall back together. You can't do both at the same time. We'll go to the basement. They got the clash. They're gonna get a bit more active information they can move around with. Let's see how they play around the clash operator and see if they can actually lock down a particular area and extend into.
I want to know how HLTory are going to deal with getting hunted down by both the Dokkaebi and the Deimos at the same time, especially for Sunstrike on the Clash. I feel like we haven't seen enough of that yet. Obviously, Deimos tracks Clash, it's a bit of whatever, right? But Dokkaebi tracks Clash, you're like, oh crap, do I have to put the shield down? Do I have to put the shield on my back? How am I going to hang up the phone? Am I just going to tank 40 damage?
Yeah.
It's a tough call to make. You're probably tanking the damage, to be honest.
I mean, I think you have to, because you tank the damage early on, you know what your health is actually going to look like. If you have full health and you start playing a little bit aggressive, you take a bit damage, then the phone call comes in, but 40 damage kills you, now you're screwed. So I feel like you're better off understanding what your real value health is, or real health value is going to be, rather. Or do what Harambe said yesterday, right? Drain the Thunderbird. Then you can tank the call and then get healed back to full, and that's doubled down really well with Clash because you have a shield covering you. I'm telling you, it's only a matter of time before Thunderbird gets bought for this Dokkaebi counter.
Love to see it. HLT want to go for a flank here. I like the way that Soul's Heart are holding the flanks. They're actually not playing too aggressively. Scatman was just waiting, but no, it looks like HLT have just fallen back, given up the ground. They've made their presence known. They're happy to play late round time delay because they've got the Clash and the Goyo. Paul's trying to get information. Tenno still has that C4 in pocket.
They're still going to use it. And Timer is taken down here for Soul's Heart, but like in that previous round, they got all 5 attackers alive. They got the Monty for the late round. They got the Deimos for information. They should be perfectly comfortable. Can they get the opening pick though? We see players here having to fall on back. They do have a spare reinforcement if they want to use it, but it's Sunstrike on the Clash saying, hey, Monty, you can't just walk down the staircase. I'm gonna fight you for it.
Clash is helping out a lot. Keep that Monty at bay. It's also bought some time here for Killers on the other side of the map to retake upstairs. Scatman's gone down. I-9 contested vertically from Zoshav. That's very rare to see an Ella win a vertical fight onto the Deimos up above. Now Mr. Punch says, okay, well, I had to find 4 kills last round to make it work. I'm going to have to do the same again, I think. Oh, hang on a second. DC8 almost has a chance, but he gets flanked eventually by Killers. Very messy from Soul's Heart. HLTory thrived in the chaos.
Yeah, and this is the problem, right? Pushing directly up against the Clash, even if you have a shield operator, it's just not gonna work. You get stunned, you get guard broken, Monty's always constantly exposed to get shot. So either you gotta do, one of two things. Either you kind of rush the Clash, jump in the window next to her, just kind of try and force a play, or you go elsewhere. If Clash is gonna cover the front, you go for a back portion attack. Vice versa, you can kind of just flip the script. Because in that round, we saw Solsart do a great job at taking map control, do the verticality, even do a bit of damage on the Tenos pulls, but then nothing else happens. Because HL are playing those few areas on the side that doesn't have any vertical destruction above them. So the full roam clear gets you nothing in that round. Solsart locked out, a little bit slow in the early start to these, but I don't think it's too big of a concern because they're getting the things that they want. They just failed to execute in that previous round. HL goes to tertiary bomb site. They're not going to go back upstairs to just get to the top floor.
Best
And
bomb
they
site
are
on the map.
loving this pulse. Yeah, best bomb site, yeah? You think so?
Most fun bomb site to watch and to play.
Okay. No,
Yeah,
I don't know
about
about playing.
bomb site.
Like,
Really?
when I play this bomb site, I am the guy that normally stays on the bomb site, you know, fighting the external breaches and nades being thrown on in. And I'm like, I can only stay alive for so long, I will die eventually.
That's your job. Your job is to delay as much time as possible and then eventually die. That's all you have
But
to
it'd
do.
be
What's
nice
your
to delay and then stay alive. That'd be nicer.
Sure. Look, you sound like the kind of guy who's never played Clubhouse Rafters in his life.
Reload!
No, I don't. That's the thing. I've never played that position in pro play. Ever.
You're not a Hell in a Cell type of player, are you? You're like I'm sitting on the back. Like you're a top red stairs with smoke kind of guy. That's what you are.
I played yellow stairs consulate on the old map, and I played meeting consulate with smoke. So and Kid Storms on the old Oregon. So I feel like I'm the Hell in a Cell kind of guy, but just not Rafters in Clubhouse or here on Layer.
Okay.
That's the two exceptions. It's hard, man.
Yeah, look, it's a different era. Very different era these days.
Yeah, it is. But also, I think some of those Hell in a Cell positions is having good aim and getting gunfights, and the other one is about positioning, moving in such a way that you can't get shot.
Yeah.
And on this bomb site, if you're the side player, which is currently Sunstrike, once they open those, you have one sphere to stand in. It's not about how you position yourselves, it's about winning the gunfights themselves. That's my weakness. I'm not a gunner.
The critical thing here for HL is delaying enough time on the top floor and in the die moment still having either the Pulse or the Solus alive to try and deny that plan. But Soulside are really mounting up the pressure. The blitz up above of Mr. Punch. But I think the Pulse from down below is starting to put a little bit of vertical pressure back on him. I9 wants to try and contest that.
Heartbeat sensor.
Soulside are really biding their time here. They haven't gone for an execute as of yet. Killers has decided to fall back. What's the strat here? We have, one secondary tin can opener from Soulsheart to breach the external wall. There's a pick. I guess if you're patient enough, you might find something for Soulsheart.
The second player waiting, no matter of timing, and
Oh,
here it
no,
comes.
misses
It's 11 though. Only 17 bullets, misses most of them. Gets punished. I9 pops off, gets a second, and there's a third in front of him.
Oh! Finally, Sunstrike trades him back, but that is a massive cost to HL Tari, losing both of those players to I9. Now, Soulsheart decided it's time to rush onto the bomb sites, finds a kill. Mr. Punch on the blitz eventually goes down. But the bomb site control has been found. Plan not confirmed as of yet, but Sunstrike's the last one left, and DCH was still holding the flank up above Soulsheart to win the round and take the lead.
In the current pace of things, if HL Tari just stand still and don't do a whole lot, I don't know if Soulsheart's attacks are actually going to be able to, like, force through. Because, mind you, in that round, it's 2 people dying to I9, happily taking the gunfight in bottom rocket. But it's a 5v5, less than a minute left. It really is a favorite round for HL Tari because they're doing quite well in the server. But then they feel like they should take a fight that they maybe shouldn't have. They lose it. With that, the round kind of slips away. Soulside have been a bit slower than you'd expect. With the third operator ban coming into play, we're seeing Blitz being target banned away, so leaving Monty open, and Asami in response. So you can abuse Blackbeard Monty now. You can play Clash and defense if you wanted to, or Mirror, for example, play a bit of soft utility. But yeah, 1 minute left. These 2 fights happened. Oh, that's a bomber.
Also, Zofia, perfect operator for that position. Those concussions are so good at getting free information for I9. Obviously, stun grenades are great. Yin Candela's so many other pieces of util. But Zofia is one of the few projectiles that actually tells you information. If it detonates immediately, that means there's someone there, and the concussion's been detonated by proximity. If it doesn't, and it just goes in loose and detonates after the time elapses, that means there's no one there. That's exactly what I9 needed in that moment to know to gun up on that hallway. But I'm totally with you, Pengu. I think that if HL Tori had not made the first move, I think Soulsheart might not have won that round, the 5v5 execute. I also think that now we've had the next operator bans come through, the Blitz and the Azami, Soul's Heart win that, hands down. Like, ban out the Blitz, sure, that's fine. We have Monty, we have Blackbeard, you even have Fuse. I think that personally the Monty and Blackbeard might even be better in some situations. And you can still run double shield if you want. The Azami, however, is a one-of-a-kind operator, and now that HL Torre no longer have access to that, they will be far more exposed on a lot of these power positions.
Gentleman is really a one-of-a-kind player for HL Torre because he's doing these solo roams like Goyo, Ella, Mossy. Not many players doing it like he is. And I will say, I think it's working quite well for the roster. He's not always getting a kill, but he's always saying, hey guys, my area is clear. So he's giving further information to his teammates about where the push might be coming from. And if he finds a C4 kill from below or a flank late round, that's the value that he's trying to gain. It feels very much like a 4+1 strategy where you have the 4 other players having like a plan together and Shadowman doing his complete own thing, just listening to the communication, you know, rotating off. But I think Soulstar's read into it. Scatman entered from the basement, up the yellow staircase, and very much looking for Roma down here, expecting movement to be happening. And if they find Shadowman or gets a call, I mean, that could be a free kill.
Well, at the moment, I don't know if he's got a scan on the Shadowman. Of course, you have to have the operator identified before you can target them.
Yeah.
Scatman's currently targeting Ella, but hasn't detonated as of yet. Zoshev still just hiding upstairs and biding his time, peeking that ops position. Soul's Heart is so slow in this first phase of the round.
Yeah, they have been. It's very unlike them, actually. And I think it's a stylistic choice here up against HL Torre, knowing that they are lesser experienced team. They're going to start getting antsy and making some mistakes that can be punished. But they've been rock solid. They just got to stay patient. One nade goes out. Don't lose your call or your cool just yet, Soulshav. You can stick around for as long as you need. Gonna get called, sprint on back, and answer the phone in the very last second. That's all right. So they lose upstream control around the bomb site with, again, 60 seconds to go. Another slow round here from Soul's Heart. But they got the main push. Blackbeard, think it boosting. They want to work those hallways. The punch gets first of the killer.
Oh yeah, this is how we do it for Soul's Heart. Going deep now. I9 making so much headway here with the Blackbeard. Meanwhile, Scatman is the one doing the heavy lifting in the fragging department. Gets the kill with the DMR. Gets the kill with the SMG-12. Tenno cannot afford to bring out his gadget. He needs to get active. Sunstrike on for the flank. But he's been caught off guard, and Scatman finds another one. Big round on the attack for Soul's Heart.
Again, they want to play these like 3, 2, 1, let's go crazy execution. When they get the opening pick and they keep up that firepower, it is working so well. That's a flawless round. Everybody gets into the mix of the action. And HL Torre again caught off guard. They're going to call it a tactical timeout. They need more rounds in defense because, mind you, their issue yesterday was when they went onto the attacking side, they did not have what it took to get a round victory. So they are very reliant on a strong defense.
Yeah, damn right. Defense has to be where it's at. Yet to find an attack win in the games that they played so far. HLT, where do they go? First question. All the bomb sites are unlocked. You've got Master Office, which they've just failed for the second time. They failed Bunk's briefing. They only had success down on lab support. That was largely thanks to the clash, which, by the way, hasn't been banned. So they could go back downstairs. Maybe that's the thought process. Okay, let's go basement. Do we run... Pardon me. Do we run that clash again? If not, what do we do about it? Looks like the clash is being stuck here from Sunstrike. Oh, that was where Scatman found his double kill.
Oh, no.
Oh, man. Look at the Soul's Heart signature, by the way. You remember that conversation we had yesterday? They've updated it. I love it.
That's all you. You said, hey, if they can just put souls and then a heart, that'll be better than typing it out. And yeah.
I am very happy. I am extremely happy. Well done, Soul's Heart. You win. You win today. You win my you win my favor. You win my happiness. And that's all that matters at the end of the day.
Yeah.
10 seconds left.
So about whether James is a happy boy or not. I mean, Soul's Heart, they are very good position. I think they made a great bit of headway the last 6 months. You know, we've seen him play online, play on LAN, getting stronger and stronger. I will say though, for the last 4 rounds here today, they've had a very unusual playstyle. And it's very unlike them to be getting their first kill with 30 seconds left in the round. But I'm all for it. CHE went through a similar thing where they were the fastest team in the world and they became a bit slower and more methodical. And at the end of the day, the more styles of season can play at a high level, the better you'll be for it.
Oh, I9. Oh, wow. Big kill there for Killers. I9 still getting used to that new AR. Aiming a little bit too low. Doesn't have the fire rate to get that damage off in time. Big loss though, the Rayora. Big operator.
Yeah.
A lot of util and a big play to lose early in I9. But Scatman is just going to continue farming with the Dockerby, it seems. An awkward spot now, I believe, is being watched. Out goes the track stinger from the gridlock. Oh, is he going to be able to find the gap here?
This is so awkward.
Oh my god! Mr. Punch didn't realize, but somebody stuck through the angle at the perfect moment, but Mark is able to trade it back before he escapes down the hatch. Still, damage done. Look at Soul's Heart, bloodied. Only 2 players left.
That is a bummer, dude. If I missed the punch, I'm going, who's not watching the flank? Mark, was that you? He walked straight past you, man.
And Mark is like, dude, I literally threw a gridlock right there.
Then the rotating the softball made all the difference. And he had to walk all the way towards the door. There was a different story. Tenno caught, not really paying attention. Not sure if he's reinforcing the wall or just scanning with his pulse device. But either way,
this is so winnable here. There's no nitro.
Yeah, but there's a clash. The thing is, Killers is so low on health being the Goyo player. If Sunstrike is caught using the shield, not the gun too often, they could just try and run down Killers and force a 2v1 gunfight against the Clash later on. Sunstrike has to be very conscious of, like, when am I using my shield, when am I using my gun.
Yeah, I mean, Mark has one more nade. He can use it to buy a little bit of space. Tiny bit of damage onto Sunstrike. The critical thing is getting the kill onto the Goyo. He does that. Now it's all up to Sunstrike. Shield on back. What are you doing? What are you looking at? Mark wins every single fight. And up from the 2v3, despite the early loss of the Monty, despite the early loss of I9, Soul's Heart look untouchable on this attack half.
It's a hard one. I'm not sure right now. You know, they had a 3v2. They had Tenno and Sunstrike both making a bit of a puzzling play. And it's such a winnable round. And then small errors turn the tide. It feels like Hazel Tori actually playing a little bit worse than they were yesterday against Team Orchid. Of course, different opponent, different playstyle. But mind you, when you play Lair yesterday, and you're willingly going back to it today, it's because you need to be changing what happened yesterday into a better scenario, stronger strategy, better performance, better prep work, whatever, and then therefore aim for a better result. But it's been less confidence, less being on the same page with Hazel Tori, and a bit more of making puzzling plays like that particular round. So it's sad to see, because yesterday gave me a bit of hope for Hazel Tori that they've had a good bit of work during the off-season. And Killers is half health. That must have been a gas pipe, I guess, that was popped or damaged him.
The only way that you take damage from a gas pipe in prep phase is if you're the one that shoots it. Because if your teammate shoots it, you don't take damage. So I know what happened there.
Bit of a bummer. Gotta praise Scatman though. This guy has been phenomenal at finding the opening kill. And he's just doing it this way.
Man.
Yep. I mean, I bet you he wished it was the old Dokkaebi, the global gadget, hearing all 5 phones ring, because then you can do this kind of play. You call, you go in, now you gotta specifically target one player, and you need to know, like, who's actually the one I'm chasing after, who's near me, etc. It's a bit more tricky to pull off.
He's found opening kill!
He just does it again! Took down Sunstrike. And he's out. Look at this. He goes in, gets the kill, immediately out of the building. This is how you maintain numbers advantage and don't risk losing it. Mark gets a second. Now they start Dokkaebi calling the other rumor of Tenno. They are picking apart HLT.
Now just consolidate your advantage. Tenno has let his phone die. He has no idea where anybody is. He's going to try and solo retake upstairs. He doesn't have an impact. He's got one spare gadget in pocket. He's not going to be able to use that Banshee. Will be ineffectual this round. Decides not to shoot the drone, trigger discipline, but if he catches Mr. Punch looking the wrong way, he might find a free kill. Pre-fires, now Mr. Punch knows where he is. He detonates the fire extinguisher to give himself a bit of a cover as he tries to retreat. HL still struggling. They need to lash out and find a pick. Oh, he's so
They're getting droned out. Yeah, I mean, he can Timmy fall back, but no, teammate dies. He dies too, leaving just one player, Social on the bomb side. On that anchor position, Nate, double push, gonna get hunted down. Soul's Heart convincing attacking half. And this is the thing, it's only gonna get worse because when the sides flip, Soul's Heart go on defense.
As we finish off our halftime break, grab yourself a snack. Killers is doing the same. Oh, look at the Polaroid photo booth pics. That's so cute. I love that. Oh man, I just feel all warm and fuzzy like a sunflower.
I was gonna say the colorful room of Soul's Heart's gaming facility is what makes me happy. It's just the most bright, childlike colors ever. A crazy Joker-looking McDonald's thing in the background.
How do you feel happy after you look at that terrifying clown's face?
Well, the clown is not what makes me happy. It's all the colors, but it's just a different vibe. It's like chaotic. It's funny. It's bright. It's giving McDonald's vibes. And what child doesn't love going to McDonald's?
They're not gonna sponsor you, bro.
Well, they sponsored G2. There is a world.
Yes, you have to go in. We need G2 Penguin to make a revival for that to happen. Let's lock in Penguin because HL Tori have struggled to do so. 6 rounds we've played. They've only won a single defense. They didn't win a single attack round yesterday against Team Orchid. They're going to need to right their wrongs today in this second half, but I think Soul's Heart have really begun to run away with this. What's more, Scatman's on the Clash. And yeah, HL Tori, they banned out the Kaid, they banned out the Bandit. Hard Breach is easy. Hard Breach is only one very small piece of the puzzle on land.
It just feels a bit unfair when you bring out the Clash against an opponent that struggles on attack. Because attacking into a Clash can feel impossible at times. And if you look at the attacking lineup, they have maybe, one single operator that can sort of deal with the Clash. That's the Capital. Those 2 fire arrows is all you have to really work with. The double shield, Blackbeard and Blitz, they get hard countered by the Clash. Striker can't do anything about it, doesn't have EMPs. Rora, same similar story. I guess there is a world where if Clash walks into a room with a door behind her, like Ops room right here, you could Aura off right behind and maybe trap the Clash in the room. But that means a lot of crazy thing has to go right for that to happen.
I would be very impressed if you can use Rayora to trap the Clash. That would be incredible.
Yeah, I mean, you can Asami off a shield into a room, right? If a Blitz walks through this door of Up's room, you Asami off the door, now they can't back out again.
I'd love to see it.
Seconds.
I mean, I think that would be the first time I've ever seen such a thing happen. Instead, the fire comes out. Oh! Scatman still finds one. Might even be able to find the second one. Needs to land this shot. Goes for the reload. Capital still has another fire. It blocks him off from escaping. Doesn't block him off from peeking. And now he's just going to pick up. Oh! He's going to go inside the room. Now he could technically be locked off. While the fire keeps him at bay. DCH tries to come and support, but does get injured. Mark is helping out now with the Azami Keeper barrier. Yeah, if we did have someone from HLT on the window, they might be able to expose Scatman, who is low on HP, but at this point for Soulsheart, just get out of there.
Oh, disaster. So no more fires. They have grenades on Tenno on the striker, but he's on the roof the minute, not in the right location to deal with the clash.
Dokkaebi would be huge here.
Dokkaebi would be amazing here. That would actually kill Scatman right now, force him to answer the phone, but it's not brought to the table. Instead, it's Shadowman Blitz downstairs, looking to go up the rocket staircase and go for a fight.
Oh, nice, good bait there. The DMR finds a kill, but the Thorn Trap doesn't get shot, and Shadowman will get down. I9 keen to peek, and he should win this fight. Indeed, he'll mop up both of those kills. Tenno and Killer's now the last ones alive for HL Tari. Tenno outside the breach. And it's just been plugged up by the Keeper barriers, preventing him from helping the rest of the team. Killers with the brand new rifle, the XK23. It's a slow, high damage, low rate of fire weapon. What can he do here with the Rayora? Perhaps smoke off one angle, perhaps gate off another angle. Both him and Tenno are just looking for picks, neither of them given a chance. Thanks to the fire from Mr. Punch, keeping them at bay. Soulsheart eventually find the kill. What a long angle from I9 to project Soulsheart all the way onto match point.
Yeah, I mean, the Clash pick is genius, right? With so much value again to Soulsheart's side, and Scatman gets one kill, burns 2 Capital Fire arrows, forces them to rotate around. He does a bit of damage to a second. It's just completely unplayable. And that's what I mean, when you don't get all the drone information in the beginning of the drone phase, the prep phase, and you don't get the counter-ups, this is the kind of result that you get. Double shield against the Clash, against the Thorn. There was just no chance they were going to win this round, because operator-wise, they had the wrong tools.
Did you notice that even though DCH did die peeking the top of the mezzanine down looking onto bottom rocket, he managed to throw his Thorn Trap onto the stairs, which is in the end what killed the Blitz and arguably led to the Capital dying as well. So he died throwing the Thorn Trap, but that essentially enabled his teammate I9 to get both of those kills. So fair play to DCH. I just saw it in the replay.
That's actually huge.
I love it. I love it. Worth. Hashtag worth. 5 match points here for Soulsheart. HL Tari, bring all the shields you want. You just got to give it a go. Give it a red hot crack. Going up against Mira and Clash, Goyo and Smoke, even the Ella. Man, it's not a good time to be a shield player.
It feels like it's the defenders that have a defender repick, and the attackers are locking in what they want to play, right? Because again, it's so hard to play into this lineup with what they're bringing.
4 shield counters, and you're bringing 2 shields.
Yeah. And there's no mirror counter for the attack. I mean, they can somewhat charge with the A's is all they can really do. Maybe shatter with a shield if you walk up close, but you shouldn't be able to get close. That's the whole point. So it does feel a little bit weak. We'll see if HL can show us something.
Well, Zoshav's the first one in. He's the main hard breacher here. We do have Ace as well, but particularly for the hatches, Zoshav will be a much better choice than Tenno. He is breaching on to try and clear laterally. I9 decides, you know what, I'm not going to fight that. I'll just fall back. Mark actually wants to take a fight. He's hoping that it's going to be the Blackbeard to peek on inside. He knows it's the BB. He hears the sound of the Scar. He's just waiting for that Vault to come on through.
It's not happening. Shadowman going elsewhere. Another rotation. We see Blitz, those inside a weapons in range room. Gonna start pushing on forward and crack that mirror window. There could be a C4 from beneath possibly here. Spent. It's just Mark. That's the only C4 in pocket. And he is downstairs. And then we got the other issue. Scatman and Mr. Punch working together. The smoke and the clash. How are you going to counter this setup?
Oh, Nade will help by a little bit of space. Mr. Punch can always look to retake with the gas though. But with the push from outside the window and Noah's Army to plug that up, it is going to force Soul's Heart to fall back. Meanwhile, no dedicated vert operator, but it doesn't seem to matter. Killers still finds a shot onto I9 down below. Interesting to see how many people are running that AR, the XK23, instead of the 417 DMR, which is really in meta, really powerful right now.
Definitely a bit of surprise. Now, Mark has been holding on to C4 the entire round, probably for plant denial later on. Same with Mr. Punch, they gave up the staircase control and just fell back towards the bomb side. Actually, Clash has retaken it, is walking in there like they own the place. And with that, they'll get the injury onto Blackbeard. And the confirmation.
This is it. This is surely where HL Tari fall. Dropping down to the bomb side. Tenno gets injured. Not finished off as of yet. Sunstrike finally finds a kill with the blitz. He needs to go massive. Finds a double. Scatman now. The sole player left, but he's denied the plant. It's the clash against the blitz. HL Tari put their entire game on one player. On the shield. Does Scatman have a shield on his back of his own? Because if he does, surely he can insta-lock and continually stun out Sunstrike. Instead, he decides to hold on to the top floor, forcing Sunstrike to make the first move. Scatman tries to close the distance. Can't afford to get too close to the blitz. Sees him, but he finds the angle! And Soul's Heart's team captain eats the heart from HL Tori. A dominant 7-1 for the big dogs from Thailand.
Very different playstyle from them today compared to yesterday's Bang, but it worked out all the same. A dominant victory, good individual performances. This time Scatman on the entry of Dokubi finding so many high-value targets. And of course, with his on defense, he brings out the clash for a bit of fun. HL Tori, sadly a worse result than yesterday. I was hoping for something else. They went back-to-back on layer. That's the risk, and they knew that they took it when they made the choice to go here.
Big game for Soul's Heart, especially after a bit of a slow start in the first half of their game yesterday. They went flawless on defense there. They went flawless on defense here as well after a dominant attack half. Perfect start for Soul's Heart. Great first two games, but of course it only gets harder and harder from here on out. They have their eyes on one thing, that is a spot at EWC. It has been such a long time since we've seen any of these players on the international stage at a major SI or an EWC, and they're going to have to fight through not just teams like HL Tori, but the very top of this region in order to achieve that.
Yeah, it's actually also Mark ending up on 10-2 score. I didn't realize that watching the game really. I thought it was a Scatman, but Mark was actually popping off. And it's a full team effort. Actually, from the side of Soul's Heart, as it often ends up being, everyone getting into the mix of things. DCH Mandu was playing Finka 2 rounds, I believe, just like buffing his teammates, so doing some supportive work as well. And for HL Tori, we just need more from everyone, really. We haven't really seen anyone particular stand out in a positive light. We haven't seen them really work together a ton just as a team. So we just need more. But what's also more is an interview. Scatman, I believe, is up next. We gotta talk to him and his incredible performance. Congratulations on the victory.
Yeah, thank you. Nice to see you guys again today.
Yeah, nice to see you as well, Scatman. Firstly, I wanted to ask you a little bit looking into the future and a little bit looking into the past. Firstly, did you watch Team Orchid's game earlier today against Daystar?
Yeah, just a few rounds, not the whole game, because we have to prepare for our game as well. Yeah.
Of course. Well, I wanted to bring up Team Orchid because for a long time, you guys and Team Orchid, especially when they were Fury, you Scatman and Lycolis, a lot of people look to you guys as the two best teams from Thailand. You're always trying to one-up each other. And, of course, in the end, it was Team Orchid that did almost make it to the Salt Lake City Major. They did just lose to Daystar quite convincingly, 7-3. How do you feel like you guys are compared to Team Orchid right now? Who is the best team in Thailand? Do you feel like you guys might actually have a chance to get a leg up over them?
Yeah, that was a good question. I cannot say that who is the best team in Thailand because it depends on if we got our chance. And yeah, I cannot say that, but today start for next week. So let's see.
Let's see. Today's performance, Scatman, looked a little bit different than your bank matchup yesterday. We saw you guys on the attack, needing every single second to execute. We're talking your last 20 seconds, last 30 seconds. Were you guys intentionally playing kind of slow, seeing if HLTory gonna make a mistake? Or did HLTory actually do a good job in the server and make it hard to attack for you guys? I know you won the rounds, but it was a bit slower than usual.
Yeah, because we stuck and we have to waiting for the right timing to playing that round or that game. So we cannot rush every single round. So we have to wait until the right timing come for us. And then when it's come, so yeah, we got the round.
You did?
I do want to look at next week, Scatman. You mentioned that you are playing Daystar. Obviously, Daystar are looking like a really good team at the moment. You lost to them in kickoff. They're the reason why you arguably didn't make it to the Salt Lake City Major. I know you've been wanting to go back to an international event. It's been such a long time for you guys. How do you feel going into playing against Daystar? They have a roster change. They're looking potentially better than ever.
Yeah, to be honest, like Daystar, they're not an easier team. Like they play really well, like from the past. They keep going up, like so we cannot underestimate their style anymore. But we're gonna prepare for them. Like we will do our job to win them.
I hope to see it, Scatman. Good luck in your game next week, and congratulations again on such a dominant victory today.
See you guys. Bye bye. Thank you so much.
Bye bye.
Look, maybe I'm starting to come over to your side of things, Penga. You said that seeing all of the colorful backgrounds in the team house that they're playing in just gives you an infectious smile. I saw that infectious smile on Scatman's face. I can't deny it.
I mean, I don't blame him, right? The guy had a great individual performance. His team is rocking up and doing a great job. And Soulsheart, they should be beating a team like HLTory Esports very comfortably when everything is going according to plan. And today he said, you know, we're a bit slow on the attacking side because we're waiting for the perfect time to go for execute. And they did. And they literally won every single round besides one. So I really can't fault them for playing slower because it's what ended up working out. For HLTory side, I really hope they start getting some more rounds on the board because their attacks needs a lot of work here for the long term to come.
Very much. But of course, we have a bit of work still to do. It's Weibo versus Elevate. A big game coming up after this.
out of time. Let's put them in the ground. Fall back! Team 1. Report.
Alive and where's...
We lost contact with the other team.
They have their orders. We need to go for Nix. Dokkaebi, be my eyes. Mute, cover her.
On it. Hostile. Sending a payload.
You're cornered, Nix. Surrender. I see one old man. One old man about to die.
I see your runner 7. 3 rows down.
Hack my phone.
Huh? What if it...
Do it now.
Quick thinking there, Sig.
We trusted each other, and it paid off. Rendezvous for extraction, Team 1.
On to our last game of the night, Pengu, and it's a trip down memory lane. I am so excited for this one. This has been my low-key match of the day. I don't know if it'll be a close game, but the stories behind this are so exciting. Let's reflect upon the games that we've had today. 3 down, 1 to go. Pengu, it's been a funny day. I think a little bit backwards. I didn't expect Fury Saiken to be the closest game we had today, but Daystar made short work of Orchid. Soul's Heart wiped the floor with HL Tori, which means that we're looking at Elevate Weibo. Is this going to be a close game? Is it potentially going to be the closest game of the day? I'd be surprised if that was the case.
I'm not really sure. Whenever I see Weibo mentioned anywhere in a domestic matchup, I'm thinking he can 7-1 and 7-0, whatever. But let's not talk about Weibo too much because it's a Stars team. Let's talk about Elevate first, okay? Because we need to shine some light on the team that might not have as many rounds to play in a dominant fashion as the other. And we see some names on here that might be familiar and some that might be very new to you. I know that there are 2 names in particular, James, that you might be very interested in.
Yeah, well, notably, Hysterics and Tolji have just been brought onto the roster. Hysterics was technically a sub in kickoff, but now he's back in the roster. If that name sounds familiar to you, you might be a bit of an OG fan because Hysterics was one of the GOATs back in the day on that old Aerowolf roster that went to the Tokoname Pro League finals. It then became Giants. It then became IG, Invictus Gaming International. I remember all the way back when when Hysterics played with Cryptic, way back in the day, with Luna Metal and Speakeasy and so many other notable players. He is a real OG. He's been kind of loitering around in the scene in non-player roles. He's finally back in the server. It's so exciting to see what he can do. He also played in the ENC qualifiers for Singapore with his teammate Enhykel and with his adversary and former teammate Speakeasy.
So a lot of lore right here and a lot of history, of course, we have between these 2 rosters. It's very exciting. It's Speakeasy in particular is a person that I actually have become very fond of over the years when I started working in APL, because we had that very, very long day when we had the domestic LAN in Australia.
In Melbourne,
we're going to, in Melbourne, we're going to 2 a.m. It's a super long day, and you're asking, who's excited to play more Siege? And Speak goes, me! I'm excited! I want to play more! Everybody else was hating that scenario, but he was loving it. So let's bring up Weibo, look at the stats, look at the players, and of course, see that beautiful face of Speakeasy.
Speakeasy is like one of the GOATs of APAC. Back in the day, he was the new kid on the block when he joined that Cryptic Aerowolf roster. He was their gunner, right? He was joining Hysterics, who at the time was the main gunner before him. And Speakeasy has had such a storied career ever since then in the last 10 years. As he has now become the old guard and often the support player. He plays a lot of shields for the team, making space for the fraggers like Reaps and Turdster to really take the forefront in terms of all the killing capability that Weibo has to offer. And what does Weibo have to offer? Well, so much. This team has been the best in APAC for a very long time now, until recently overtaken at the Salt Lake City Major when they lost to Enterprise, the Aussie roster. Following that, Arpe moved on from the team, and they picked up the Korean Gotti, who'd been playing in the APAC North League, and then after that also in the CNL. And we've been pretty impressed. We've seen 1 game with Gotti on the roster so far. Weibo are looking in peak form.
Yeah, so we saw right there is against Psyche Company, where they were banning out the mute, and they were playing Solid Snake, Deimos, Lion, and Godsey individually. Played Lion, I think 6 out of 6 attacker rounds on that DMR. He was cutting the map in half and just getting all those couple of kills picked up, and he had a phenomenal start to a roster that has incredibly high expectations.
Gotti is, of course, one of the new changes, but some things are as old as time itself, and the brothership between these 2 players on these 2 rosters, Hysterics and Speakeasy, cannot be understated. Both of them still relatively young. I mean, old in esports years, but both of them are younger than you and I, Pengu. And you can see Hysterics, he's been active for 10 years in his career. He even predates Speakeasy. Speakeasy had a big breakout moment when he joined Hysterics' team all the way 8 years ago. They have played at 4 international events together. Pro League Finals Season 10 in Tokoname, 6 Invitational 2020, 6 Invitational 2021, and the Mexico Major. They both played together on their old teams. Since then, Speakeasy has gone on to play 7 more international events without Hysterics.
That's crazy. Like, Speakeasy is still like a newer-ish player in my mind, obviously, just because like I only met him in person recently, had some conversation with him and whatnot. 11 international tournaments, 8 years active, only 25 years of age. Whenever I think of Weibo Gaming, to me, he is like the captain, the leader, the most supportive player. I love seeing him on the shields. He's been phenomenal on them. But everybody starts as an Ash Jikamin, right? Everybody's career starts it there. And then some quicker than others became a Thermite main or a shield main with the time.
Yeah, look, I know that this is going to feel OG to you, Mr. Year 1, Season 1 Pengu, but both of these players come from the Pro League era. You know, back when we had ESL running the Pro League in 2019 and prior, which to most of our viewers these days will be very OG. And like I said, these guys played at our very final Pro League finals that we had before, you know, COVID happened and we didn't have any more Pro League finals, which was in Japan. What a timely moment for Hysterics to make a return when we have finally an international event coming back to Japan with the Osaka Major coming in November. Both of these teams will be vying for a spot there. Of course, it was an infamous match when Airwolf at the time with both Hysterics and Speakeasy had a monumental and historic victory in the quarterfinals over Giants Gaming, the best team out of Europe at the time. Alfama's team, funnily enough, and Alfama loves to talk about how losing that tournament is what got him dropped from the roster, so he can have Speakeasy and Hysterics to thank for that. All these years later, these guys are still playing. Hysterics has come out of retirement to rejoin Elevate, and now they find themselves on opposite sides of the white line in the server.
So I have never done the math actually. Did you say that the Tokonami Pro League final, was that the last official Pro League final? Is that what you're saying?
We had, that was Pro League Season 10. We had Pro League Season 11, but if you remember, there was no Pro League Season 11 finals because if I'm not wrong, COVID just hit, because it was the start of 2020, I believe, because back in the day, we used to have our APAC Pro League finals where we would do a LAN with just the APAC teams in Sydney before we would send the teams internationally. We had our APAC Pro League finals for Season 11. And I believe, I can't remember where the actual Pro League finals was going to be, but yeah, it got cancelled in the end because of the Big C. So we never had that, which means Tokonami was actually our last Pro League finals.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I actually never did the thinking on that. Speaking of history and style and all these things, we actually have a Reeves highlight reel as well, just to showcase how good this guy actually is, or rather his stats, sorry. High EPS, high KD, high, because this guy does it all. I mean, I feel like we've been talking about Reeves for so long now that he just doesn't slow down. He's always phenomenal. He's always the starlight player. And I think, I'm not sure it was actually in Salt Lake where he had like a really bad individual performance, but there was like one time very recently where he was not playing at like 100%, and everybody noted it being like, oh my god, what happened to Reeves?
Yeah, look, Reeves is, there's
so
a word that there's a phrase we used to describe this guy in APAC, and I think it is apt, and some people will laugh, but Reeves is Chinese Shaiko. Like, that's what he is, dude.
Yeah,
he is like
him,
the insane mechanical player that can outdo anyone else in the world in the right circumstance, but there are sometimes big games where he is rattled a little bit. And we saw that with Shaiko. It was a conversation for many years when he was on Falcons. Why can Falcons never get a first place in an event? Why are they always the bridesmaids, never the bride? And it was always the conversation about Shaiko struggling in big moments. And it's the same thing with Reeps. He's a great player, but we don't always know if we can count on him at the international events. Domestically, though, he absolutely farms.
Absolutely. The next question comes, where will we go into the map? Which place will we go to? We're gonna have a lot of different options. I know Weibo has a huge map pool, so I feel like they can kind of control where they want to take Elevate to.
We saw Chalet played yesterday by Weibo. It's going to be banned out. This time, actually, they banned it themselves. Interesting. Despite winning 7-1, they don't want to play it against Elevate. Elevate lost Clubhouse to Daystar yesterday, and they themselves ban it. So both teams banning the maps that they played yesterday. We go to Fortress. It was Weibo's pick over Cafe. I love Fortress, but yeah, look, I find it hard to conjure a storyline where Elevate have a realistic shot here at Weibo. Weibo were undefeated, didn't even drop a map in kickoff. How on earth can Elevate hold a candle to them?
I mean, to be honest, if you're gonna go up against Weibo and you know you have a much worse map pool, going to the newest map in the map pool might actually be the strongest thing you can do, because it's gonna be the least experienced map for Weibo Gaming. Like, if you think about it, unless they've been spamming Fortress and scrims and practices, they shouldn't have a ton of experience on it. this might just work. I mean, next season, hopefully, if we get Calypso in there, you know, that's gonna be a map we can take Weibo to, hopefully, in the very beginning of the season, because they're not gonna have any experience on it. Do you think we're gonna see that, James? Do you think Calypso Casino's gonna make it?
Oh man, we're gonna get.
Please
I think
tell
you
me
said this
yes.
yesterday. We're gonna see Calypso Casino eventually. It's just a matter of when. I don't know when that answer
Okay.
is. I do not know. I looked back in the stats, Pengu. We were talking about, you know, was there a Season 11 Pro League Finals? 'Cause it was Tokonawi the last one. I'm looking at the Wikipedia.net/rainbow6/Pengu/results. You should know that we didn't have a Pro League Season 11 because your team with G2 came second in Europe in Pro League in Season 11 at the start of 2020. That was in April 2020, which means that you qualified for the Pro League Finals. It just never happened.
Hell yeah. Nice, dude.
So you can
All I
count one
remember
more
from-
LAN qualification than you actually counted. Apparently Rogue won that stage of...
What?
Yeah, apparently Rogue. It was Hicks, Rise, Aces, Corey, and Rips were the champions in Europe.
Interesting.
But yes, we never
I
had Pro
remember
League
doing
finals.
the COVID era. You did like the top 4 domestic finals like online, and it was like I think G2, Empire, BDS, and then the 4th team kind of changed every now and again, and it got so boring playing the same 4 teams every single season for a top 1 spot. But we did have a banger eventual final, that best of 5 with BDS versus G2, the Virtue toe shot on Theme Park on 7-7, like that was content.
Yeah, that was amazing. I'm looking back at the Season 11 Pro League Finals that was scheduled that didn't go ahead because of COVID was actually meant to happen in Sao Paulo, funnily enough. We'd already had one event in Sao Paulo and one event in Rio by that point. Now we've gone back to Sao Paulo for SI24. Pardon?
I remember another event being cancelled due to COVID that was supposed to be a Pro League final. I thought it was going to be in Europe.
There was one. I'm pretty sure that it was out, where it was meant to be, because there was a charming game. And it was a major.
Oh, it got leaked via the charm. Oh, it was major.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you know where it was? Do you know where it was? I'm not going to leak it.
Yeah. No, you say it.
No, you say it
I'm going to
first.
say that my name starts with a letter. And that letter might have something to do with it. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, you mean your actual name, not Pengu.
Yeah, sorry, my actual.
Let's. Oh, wait. Ubisoft is shutting us down. We've leaked too much. Let's go to a break. On the other side, it's Weibo versus Elevate.
て遠くで揺れる光同じ先見つめ、yeah、 心はもうきっと気づいてる、君じゃなきゃ意味ない、ありきたりかな口ずさむラブソング唇に、Your eyes tell me everything I need. Your smile, what I ever love. 宝物だね。約束なんて時代遅れと笑うけど、僕ららしくていい、離さないと誓うよ、先読みなんてもう終わりにして、僕の手を握って少し切ない、それもまた無勢な胸味、Your eyes tell me everything I need. Your smile, what I ever love. 宝物だね。
come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kit goes cold, that will be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Cyber, wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off him. We're down to the last 3 and 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Oh! Got another one for Solotov. Information from the bees. It goes in. Shotgun. W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant! That's play of the year in my book.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the impact.
He gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have the confirmation! He's going back, he's not quite sure. He
Nesk, gotta
has
go.
a few seconds. Stick it, Nesk, stick it!
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. Spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical. The ace, absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael! Team 1 does, as they win the Mexico Major.
Welcome back. We're about to get stuck into Weibo versus Elevate. Thanks everyone for your patience, but we're back into it, and it's time to kick things off. It is the #1 team in Asia, the undisputed kings of this region, up against some familiar old faces. Elevate have made 2 roster changes. They've brought on 2 OGs of the scene. Firstly, Tolji, who played for the Indonesian Gaming Gladiators roster back in the day, but most notably, Hysterix, the OG Singaporean who's had about 10 years since he made his Siege debut, all the way back in the good old Aerowolf days. And now he's back in the server against his former teammate who has been to 4 international events with. It's Speakeasy on the Weibo side. And we're going to Fortress for our first game. Elevate struggled in their first game yesterday against Daystar Pengu. Weibo quite the opposite. They won 7-1 in their debut. Maybe Elevate will have a bit more luck, but it won't be easy going up against the top team of the region.
No, we discussed a little bit earlier about the map video, right? They chose to go to to Fortress. And I think it's a wise choice because, as I said before, taking Weibo to a less experienced map being the newest addition to the Pro League map pool, I think could be the difference maker between making it a one-sided affair with a Weibo winning 7-1 or 7-2, and Elevate having a pretty good shot at going 7-4, 7-5, for example. Speakeasy says, "Come on, you're a man," because he said sound bug and he wants a rehost, but he's your headset is backwards. Swap your headset side. Are they gaslighting this man into his sound actually working? Like,
oh man,
this guy.
Oh, look at that fan.
Unlucky.
That fan's spinning, bro.
That is a spinny fan. It's gonna get a cold back though.
Oh yeah. Let's pump some tunes. Have you been listening to the official APL playlist? You know it's on YouTube, man. You know it's on Spotify as well. It's pumping. I'm loving it.
Scan the barcode, find out. Of course, do we take suggestions? Can we give like recommendations to the list or what? How does that work?
I reckon if you know a great song that you think should be on the playlist, say its name in chat. No guarantee it'll get on there because of course we do have to have the rights to it, but hey.
How
it's worth
about
a shot, yeah?
its title is Sleppin' Superpower Player by Panari.
I do
Sleppin' Superpower Player, Sleppin' da Slayer. I can't see that word actually on stream.
Man,
so
for the OGs of the Rainbow Six scene will remember the good old Finnish dream teams. Panari was on Sisu, right? He was, wasn't he? I was a big Sisu fan.
He was on Zizou. Yes, he was. He was a lovely guy who could play he did the Titanic flute song as well.
Oh yeah.
It was really it was great actually.
My favorite video from him, I believe, was a clip from one of his streams, and it was when Joystick just entered the scene and his team Empire at the time.
Cyborg
it was. Yeah, it started doing really well, and everyone was like accusating him. Panari says, everybody keeps saying Joystick is cheater.
Oh, yeah.
Joystick is not cheater. He is cyborg. Created by the Russian
government.
USSR. Russian government. They wanted to create the perfect killing machine, but then the war ended. They had no use for such a machine, so they made Joystick play Rainbow Six Siege. And now he is the best. So everyone should shut up.
I forgot about that clip. Oh my god, that brought
best
back
clip
core
of
memory.
all time, dude.
No, that guy was a complete memester. Funniest guy.
Do you remember Panari's How to Make a True Finnish Pancake video?
No,
that?
no,
No,
I don't think so.
Great set of recipes. Great set of recipes from Panari.
He made a tweet when I retired. Have you seen that tweet before?
No.
Wait, can I find it?
Please do.
Let's see if I can find it like this. I'm just googling for it real quick.
Every
The
now and
issue is I
then,
can't
we get like a real character.
I
in
found
Siege.
it.
Oh, you found it? Okay, send that to me.
Yeah, I found it. Obviously, I cannot see this on stream, but it's there. You can look at it.
Oh, okay, no, you definitely cannot say that on stream.
So when I retired, he tweeted
No, don't,
this,
that's
and
enough.
that thing.
That's enough. That's enough. We don't
Yeah.
need to worry about that.
Yeah.
That's enough.
That's an all-timer. That's an all-timer.
That's an all-timer. Look, we've had some real characters in the scene over the years. Panari is one of them. Pojo Man was another classic for the OGs over in North America. The Pojo Man Pro Digests, they gave me life. We even had.
God, yes.
You remember those? You remember those?
Yeah, I do. People are still begging Pojo Man for them.
Pojo needs to come back for sure. We even had a kind of Pojo wannabe in OCE for a while. Shifty, he used to make like OS and APAC versions of those videos.
Okay.
When we had APAC lands come out, they were a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Good old days. Man, times have changed. Times have changed. I can't believe we started this scene 2015, 2016. 10 years later, the game is still popping.
First like official tier 1 APAC circuit in 2016 or 17? Was it 16?
It was 17. Yeah, so we didn't have
okay.
to this guy barcode.
Nah.
Barcode.
You only get
Oh
one.
my
Oh
God.
my days.
Told you.
You can't
My
just
guy.
keep, like, there's gotta be a limit to how many rehos a team can want and need.
Oh,
and we're finding
my
that limit
God.
today. You know what? I'll take speeches out. Be a man. Just be a man. Just play. Just do it.
Oh man. Our producer has just reminded me of, I was talking about the Shifty meme videos, the Pojo Man Pro Digest, the APAC version. When APAC got a Pro League in 2017, there were some very funny comments made. I don't know what you remember when APAC joined the scene, but as someone who was part of the scene, I remember there was a lot of controversy at the time because we had just moved Pro League finals to being, obviously we had, originally Pro League just had EU and NA, then Brazil got introduced at the start of 2017, and then APAC at the end of 2017. And in that window for a bit, there was a point where Brazil got, or Latin America I should say, got 2 spots to the international events, the Pro League finals. Europe and NA got 3 each. And then when APAC joined, obviously you just give them 2 spots and you take one away from EU and NA. There was a lot of controversy because obviously APAC just joined the Pro League. They're not going to be as good as the third team from EU and NA, and there was a lot of salt. I remember one day Fabian came into our Discord server with like 4,000 members and just started picking fights with everybody, saying you guys are taking our spots, all this just unnecessary stuff. And there were some comments from prominent, European and North American pro players and streamers that got clipped and put into this video. Pengu, I remember a clip from you streaming smack talking APAC. It was iconic, and me and my mates used to we clipped an audio clip from your stream, and we used to play it in our soundboard when we were playing ranked with each other. Because I think you were just streaming playing your own games, right? And then someone asked you in your chat, like, oh, what do you think about, the ANZ teams? And you were like, oh, their pro games are just going to look like casual games. And then then there was, I think it was, there was, a clip of you watching someone you were playing with, some random guy, and he tries to plant in Consulate CEO office where you can't actually plant. Oh, no. And he drops a diffuser, and then it cuts to a clip of you in Pro League doing the same thing. And it was just, it gave me life, dude. The smack talk that the shit posting, it gives me life every single time.
I feel like we used to have so much of that. It's like if you ever said anything controversial or that could be taken the wrong way, it would get posted on this Pro League Reddit forum immediately. People just swarming your chat.
People love the drama, man. These days, I hear that, I just think it's funny. There was there was another great clip I loved back in the day when ANZ got Pro League, and Kickstar, one of the greatest to ever do it, absolute legend of the game. He was streaming, just playing some games, and he was asked in chat, oh, what do you think about the Apex? And he's like, oh, you mean the ANZ? Oh yeah, they're terrible. They're terrible. And I think 2 seconds later, he realizes what he said. He's like, oh crap, I should probably be nice. And then he's like, no, but they're okay. I watched some games, they're all right. They'll get better. And I just, I love it.
I remember this actually.
It's so funny.
I beefed with Michael as well, Kickstarter, because like this was after E1 Season 1 Pro League Finals, like really early days. And somebody asked me if I think EWA NA is better, and I was like, NA is shit, dude. And then Kickstarter was in chat. He's like, what are you saying about North America? What did I just hear? We're gonna beat you next event. We're gonna take your spot. You're not gonna win ever again. And then, you know, fast forward like 1 year, Michael became like 5 times the man that I was. Super respectable, super mature. I was still talking shit about North America, dude, for years to go on.
So that's what happens when you retire from being a pro and you cast, and then suddenly you realize if you talk too much smack, you are going to get fired. And yeah, Kicks went through that realization pretty. Yeah, he did have to grow up very fast.
Good old days. Seems like everyone's headset is turned on the right way and everyone's PCs are still turned on by now. Hoping finds somebody killed the grenade on the hysterics. Can't keep those grenades anymore, but they can still get a kill every once in a while, although be it quite rare these days. Hysterics has passive utility. Ella, you know, Gristmine's pre-plays around the map. He should be okay. He can watch the cameras. As an OGC's player, he should be great at giving callouts that's not on ping.
Damn, not every day that someone outduels Reaps, but I love that from N-Highcal, the young Singaporean. Confident with the SMG-11, he's going for another one as well. Oh, but Hoven gets him. What a narrow angle, losing the smoke early. That's going to hurt. Or Elevate.
Yep, here comes the Monty Speakeasy, a classic in a flank from Turnstep, perfectly working together. Pre-fight does not connect, it hits the wall instead. But they got Lion Charge, he's coming out again, just like in their game yesterday. They got Deimos Trackers and Speakeasy on that Monty can say, guys, this is clear. I can go for a plan. Oh wait, they have one C4 and some Yokais. Maybe let's try and play it a bit slower together. We don't want to risk losing this round. Let's just lock it in correctly and take all the time that we need.
Yeah, you're right. Elevate do have a way to counter this Monty, but they need to play it perfectly. Tolji needs to rotate his Yokai over to support Shiba. And he does. He does manage to stun Speakeasy briefly, who now will play a little bit more passively. Out comes the Deimos track from Turster. Here comes that single C4. Speakeasy takes a little damage, but survives. Shibe really trying to take the brunt of this push. Speakeasy takes a lot more damage, but eventually takes the fight. Turnster to finish things off onto Tolji. Weibo, very, very strong start. Nice to see that Reeves has a smile on his face despite not getting to play much of that round.
And it's clinical again, like it often is for Weibo. They get in with the opening kill with a nade somehow, and from that moment forward, they're just making play after play after play. I'm not sure how teams are not banning the Monty, by the way, because whenever you leave it open, Speakeasy will pick it for 3 rounds in a row, and then people realize, oh yeah, this guy actually is a really good Monty player. Now we have to ban it. And that's the strength that Weibo they have that a lot of other teams in this region and maybe APL in general, they do not. They can play your in-your-face, still could be Deimos, Solid Snake, Blitz, Finka, rush you down. They can play the Monty step 1, 2, 3 style as well. It doesn't matter which portion you're gonna ban, you're gonna get hit with the other playstyle. And it just makes it so unenjoyable to play up against Weibo because they don't have like only one style they're good at. And it's actually something that a lot of teams they're missing, I think. They're missing that, oh, you ban this, you get that. Think of Hungry, back in his Penta days. If you ban the Glass, he'll play Ying. Sorry, if you ban the Monty, he plays the Ying. And if you ban the Ying, he plays the Monty. There was no winning against Hungry. There just wasn't. Weibo has the same style at the minute where they can play so many different versions of it.
And what's more, they're also happy to be flexible on their bans. They've decided, hey, we don't want Elevate to have, you know, the Mirror and the Clash. We're going to get rid of those. We're going to make sure that we have less obstacles to hard clear. We can play those shields more confidently, and then they'll just get rid of that. And they can counter all kinds of other util just fine. Hard breach denial, they don't care about that. They're happy to fight Cade and Bandit. They're happy to play against the smoke. They're happy to deal with his army. It's like Shiba's trying to
see the pressure.
Yeah, he doesn't manage to successfully trick that wall, so there's a good breach there for Weibo.
Bit of a hot drop there from Turstad. Goes all the way down the blue castle, I was gonna say. The blue drop. Finds Barco, exchanges a bit of bullets, but no kill just yet. But give a bit of map control. There it comes. Barco swings the second time, and this time Turstad wins it out. Speakeasy to his right, pushing down that horse hallway. Grenade the barbed wire and the key bang. Gutsy follows with another.
Phenomenal work from Weibo, but N-Highcal does fight back and take down Tursa. That opens up a gap for him to go and flank around. Saw an angle onto Hoven for a brief moment, but the SMG-11 is not the best weapon for this situation. Finally, sees Speakeasy. Tries to bait him out, tries to pretend to run away. Oh, the Voiver! Eventually does. Thankfully, he gets away from that Rotero before it blows. And Highcal is such a deadly up-and-coming player here. But he is not going to get too ambitious. He will fall back. Eventually, he actually falls. I don't know how he was caught on that cross. Here it was
injured. The rotation in the left-hand side. He might actually be able to crawl away and survive. It's really Shibe covering the angle. He's gonna, yep, there's the corner.
Changing Meg.
All three players in the same exact corner, just trying to revive and get back the numbers to be even, 3 versus 3. Weibo couldn't punish them. They're all on the same side as well. There's no backstab. There's no split theory pressure. It's just 3 people against 3 on the back portion here.
Oh, wow. That was a little bit of an overpick, though, from Tolji, mate. It's not 2022 anymore. And Hoven, his old teammate, takes him down. Shibe and Highcal now in a spot of bother. And Highcal has no more gas, and he's still low HP. The Weibo would be nice if they still had Speakeasy alive on that shield. They don't, so they're going to have to force this with the gunfights. They know exactly where Highcal is. He's trapped in this corner. 3 flashes to work with. If Reeves and Gotti can rotate them over, but a good swing from Highcal. Trade comes through thick and fast from Hoven, but a 1v1 presents itself after Gotti goes down. Shibe now holding his position as Hoven. 5 bullets in the DMR, has to get the job done. No util to utilize. He can't pre-fire too much because of the low magazine. He needs to try and find the kill, and he does. Swift headshot for Hoven, and Weibo recompose.
That's a ridiculous 1v1. Like, Hoven made that look pretty easy. That is actually such a difficult position to be in. You have a DMR, zoom scope, 5 bullets, and Shibe is using the various height difference, right? He's crouching, he's standing, he's got that kind of Tetris formation on the table. It's such a hard moment to win, and yet he does. I really want to praise Highcal. I think he individually is doing so much work in these rounds, stalling for time, min-maxing his positioning, and going for an aggressive swing there to try and get back the numbers advantage. But at the end of the day, Weibo, they are good strategically, and they are clutch when they have to be.
Secure the floor!
I wonder, after this next round, what's going to be on the cards here for Elevate's operator ban. We've seen Monty, we've seen Blackbeard. We've seen Deimos have a lot of impact. Even the Lion. Weibo are just so many good operators. They're so diligent at what do you get rid of? It's a hard question. They have one last chance before that operator ban comes out against them as well. They're running a lot of Malusi here. They're trying to close gaps, prevent Weibo from pouncing on angles. They've got the Malusi and the Fenrir, which are both good at locking that up. But the thing is, Weibo are happy to play slow and steady and hard clear this util, use that shield to get them some ground to work with.
Mine ready to go.
You're gonna be roaming solo. You gotta be careful. That's why they have this network of being, somewhat close together. They can impact the wall, get a line of sight. They can toss out Toxic Babe, help each other that way as well. Because you just do not want to give Speakeasy any individual gunfights, being that Blackbeard operator. Always gonna try and go 2v1. There's a shotgun close quarter, line shot comes out, gonna ping him as he walks backwards. Toxic Babe uses the fall for a bit of time. Speakeasy just walks elsewhere because the shield goes where he pleases.
I have never once seen a team successfully roam clear this Hammam side of the map. It's very difficult. However, Weibo look very organized. They're playing slow and steady. They're not just taking gunfights, walking in the building. They're doing a lot of roaming, they're doing a lot of using their util. Good catch on the barcode. Great usage of the nade. And Weibo are indeed winning this roam clear. 2 kills. Hysterics almost goes down. Speakeasy, his old brother, looks for him. Hysterics continuing to fall back. He has impact to try and take that fight against the Blackbeard, but he's a slow operator. He's worried about getting contested, now worried about getting flanked. And Speakeasy's got a teammate to support him. Overcomes the Blackbeard, and Speakeasy finds the kill. It is dominant from Weibo. A 3rd round straight. Surely, Arthur Turnster locks in a flawless round.
They're everywhere. They are absolutely everywhere. And again, Speakeasy is doing a phenomenal job navigating map with the Blackbeard. The reason why that Hammam roam clear is so difficult and often fails for the attackers is it's a maze of hallways, crossfires, 90-degree angles, and you can just end up chasing your own tail very quickly. But they don't. They're so well set up at cutting off the crosses while pushing. We call that the hammer and the anvil. You keep shoving, 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 and when the hammer meets the anvil, boom, you get that pressure. That's where the kills they get found. Tactical timeout now from Elevate. Well timed for this because you're down 0-3. It's time to pick up a round. You have the full bomb site rotation. You gotta figure out what you think is gonna work the best and go from there.
Yeah, of course, we're heading to operator bans after this tactical timeout as well, so an extra minute to discuss what are we going to go for. Hey, it's the APL hats, the bucket hat. I love that from season finals last year. That is smexy.
Yep.
Love that from Cooley. Very nice. You're right there. Elevate really have no time, quite like the present, to get back on top of this. They're on the defensive side. You need to build up a bit of confidence here. Flores ban is crazy from Elevate.
What?
Reeves
Wait.
is hitting them with the ...
Of all the operators you can ban in the world, Flores would not be on my list of them. Because, like,
honestly, Reeves could achieve a lot of the same job with Twitch anyway.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think, like, okay, you ban the Flores, what do you bring now? Like, there's no one particular operator. Like, let's say you ban the Brava, now Maestro is, like, Giga enabled, right? By banning the Flores, yeah, you lose a bit of soft destruction from, like, outside the building, but it's not like you can't substitute it with something else. Like, even getting just 2 grenades is half the job of Flores.
Exactly. The only thing I can think of is that you want to run tons of barbed wire and Malusi, because that's really where the Flores comes and helps. But you're right, you just add 2 sets of nades in your squad and you've already, like, done the job of Flores. Right now, we have 2 nades on the Deimos, 2 nades on the Lion, and we have the Twitch as well. So the Twitch can pop the Goyo canisters, the Twitch can pop the Ela mines. Yeah, we've got 6 barbed wire here on the setup, plus the bulletproof camera. That is a lot to deal with, but if the Twitch is good,
you're leaving
then
Muncie open. I see
how do you win this round? Oh, and ICAL.
Okay.
Very ambitious.
We're talking about the barbed wire, the setup, the traps. No, let's run out the main door and go for a crazy spawn peek. How about that?
The 2 keepers in pocket,
I mean,
by the way.
if you're in ICAL, I do feel like you have this kind of pressure upon you to make a play and find the opening pick. But at the same time, you're playing a very proactive role of Asami, where you need to be alive with keepers to spare to help yourself or your teammate fortify the bomb site. I mean, if you give him Vigil or like a very soul-independent operator, he can totally make these plays, but if he does that on Asami and dies, it's a big loss to suffer. Instead, it's Jaegers who got him first, Shibe, so a bit of an unfortunate case there. He dies in Games Room completely alone, and Barcode dies alone as well. And ICAL will trade back onto Godteam, who's playing that Lion operator, but I would say Weibo will take this trade. They get 2, they lose 1, and again, they have that Munty. They're always gonna favor lower numbers because the Munty's gonna help stabilize the round, drone hole, and they're gonna get a drone hole kill because why not?
Oh man, I can't believe we're still getting drone hole kills in 2026. And Haikal has been the only saving grace for Elevate. It's just him and Shibe, the only players on the entire team that have kills. I would love to know what Haikal is saying. No idea what he's speaking at the moment, but all I can say is that Elevate have been completely and utterly dismantled. Weibo have tightened the noose. They have whipped Elevate into shape, and barely a smile needs to be cracked by any of the faces on the Weibo side. It is simply another day in the office.
I mean, this seems very serious, even for Weibo standards. This is just like, oh well, no, I just got a little funny there actually with the finger
I think
emotions.
they're just bored, man. I think they are genuinely bored. It's 4 rounds in a row, none of which have looked close.
Oh, there are some smiles there from Reeps and Hoven actually, so maybe not too serious, but I mean, when you get a new player onto your roster, often what it's gonna bring you is that new bit of motivation. Because, you know, you're grinding with the same boss all the time, and if things go well, things don't, whatever. When you bring in, like, either a young player who's way less experienced, as a new player in general, I feel like everyone else, in my experience at least, gets a bit of rejuvenation, a bit of energy. Because, oh, now you have to relearn stuff and go over callouts again, and maybe they speak with Gotchi and Gotchi, what kind of tricks do you see that we're missing, or advice do you have for us that you can take from like 4 Anchorman or XPHT, for example? Because the pleasure of getting a new player into the roster is not just to say, hey, you're gonna replace Abe and do his job, that's it. It's about implementing him and his ideas and make everybody better. So I could see Weibo being more motivated than ever, perhaps, from this roster change, especially given the results, because they have been exceptional.
That's right. I mean, the thing that makes Weibo so good isn't the fact that they have insane individual players like Reeks and Turdster. The thing that makes Weibo so good is the fact that they are a unit. They are 5 smart players, but they are more than the sum of their parts. And that's the truth of any great team. I mean, you look at something like FaZe Clan, you're the best team that Siege has ever seen. I think it's a pretty strong, there's a pretty strong argument for them being the case. It's like, yeah, obviously Handy is one of the best fraggers in Siege right now, but FaZe are so good because they're more than the sum of their parts. Dark Zero are so good because they are more than the sum of their parts. It's the same case for Weibo. And Gotti, he might not be a star player, he might not have been a star player in the past, but if he is the right piece to this puzzle, then that's all that matters. Big chance for Turdster and Haikal, who has been the only player to find more than 2 frags for Elevate, goes down early, hunted by Weibo. Shibe has 2 kills. Everyone else on Elevate has none so far, as Barcode is swift to follow his teammates' demise. Weibo are hunting them down one by one.
Remind me again, James, what Aubrey did Elevate ban as the 3rd option? Not the Munchie, not the Blitz, but the Flores of all things. Now Speakies are running them down on the roam clear, getting 2 kills, Gotsi with a 3rd, and they're looking hungry for this round, making it 5 in a row. They're outside the main breach, they're in the hallways, and they're gonna close the gap here towards the bomb side. Tolji and Shiba are gonna be completely stuck.
Tolji has struggled in his unretirement, his return to competitive Siege. Today, not even a single kill in the last 4 rounds. He's now detected by that Damos of Hoven. The impact is good against Speakeasy, but it doesn't matter! Oh my god! Incessant! Weibo are taking no prisoners 5 rounds straight with no signs of showing down.
This is, I don't know. Maybe Weibo saw those rehost and technical timeouts and said, guys, let's just wrap it up. Let's make it a quick one. We've already been stalling people's time. 5-0, they're getting the victories in, what, 1 minute 30 seconds usually. I don't know. I'm not sure what Elevate should be doing here. I would say don't ban the Flores, but it's too late for that. Bomb site, I do think Kitchen is gonna be probably your best bet. Again, you can play a lot on the map, you can play vertically, you can have like much stronger crossfires, but at the end of the day, they keep losing opening duels to individual gunfights. That's kind of on Elevate's fault themselves. I want to see more crossfires. I want to see them not give Speakeasy on Blackbeard or Blitz those 1v1 shield fights. Just look at this. He gets the first one pre-fire, gets a solo kill here, gets solo kill early in the round. Oh, okay. He's already there, Turdster.
If you're in Elevate shoes right now, what the hell do you do? Guys, so we had a plan. It didn't work. We are trying desperately to counter the shields, and we have struggled. We've only killed Speakeasy once. They banned out Clash and Echo, 2 shield counters. What the hell are we meant to do? 0-5 down.
Now this one is tough. This one is very tough. It just feels like they're just outmatched right now. And I mean, to be fair, if you're up against Weibo, there's no shame in being outmatched. Because it's not about what Elevate can do better to sort these rounds. It's almost a matter of like, are Weibo gonna make a mistake somewhere? Can Elevate just individually, you know, fire back? And our Camels on 4 kills. It's not the end of the world, but mind you, James, there are 3 players on 0. Hysterics, Tolji, and Barcode are all 0-5 at the minute.
Yeah, been watching that creep up every round. Still no kills for the most of the team as the deaths just keep climbing. Especially for Hysterics and Tolji out of retirement. It's a 6th death in a row. Hysterics does not look happy. Hoven.
I get it, frustration.
Another kill. He's 10 and nothing right now, by the way. Hoven given a chance to shine. We often talk about Reaps and Turst. Everyone forgets about Hoven. He's having a hell of a day. And now he's tracking in Hykel, who has been the only one from Elevate to really have that much of an impact.
Here's a memento.
And it's smart, right? They got operators that can weaken the individual gun skill, a shield, a strong only ones. Deimos can target the main fragger. They can just weaken them as much as they would like to. And now they're just holding angles. They know Elevator feeling a little desperate, feeling pressure in the server. They're gonna make a play, or they're gonna go for a flank attempt. Well, if they are, Gotzi's ready for it to punish.
Oh, but Gotzi is about to get spotted and flanked. Indeed, he does overcompensate a little bit, but Reaps trades back Shibe. Numbers still in favor of Weibo. Tolji trying his best to hold on the bomb site as Hoven finds his 11th kill of the game. Going deep, trying to find the shots onto the Blackbeard, and Hykel will fail! And Weibo will collapse upon them again. It is a flawless 6-0 half for the Kings of Asia.
When a team makes a roster change, there's always going to be a big question mark about whether it was the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do. And while I don't think Ape was the problem, nor Gotti will be the solution, I know one thing's for sure. The current level that Weibo have been performing at both today and yesterday is definitely near their own individual peak, because they are looking confident, they are looking dedicated to the craft. I mean, they have gotten everything figured out, from the operator selection to the map veto to the individual ops every single round and the mid adaptations. One thing that I see Weibo doing more than most teams here in Asia is middle of the round, they get a couple of kills. They don't just keep pushing forward the same strategy. They go, oh, we have a 5 versus 3. Let's actually take Turds down the Ash and just have him hit the flank, for example, and get pressure in so many different areas at once instead of keeping it simple and linear. And I love that.
Yeah. I really love I love so many different parts of it for Weibo. The Ash picks as well. It's funny, like you think, oh, well, what does Ash bring? I mean, to be honest, all that matters is that he has some explosives to clear the barbed wire or banshees or whatever it is. That's really all that matters. Aside from that, he was pretty much free to do what he wanted, whether it was Zafia or Ash or an operator with nades. It doesn't matter. You know what does matter is Weibo are up 6-0, and you know what they're doing? They're doing something I have never seen before in pro play. We are doing the quaternary bomb site, the least picked bomb site on this map. I've never seen this in a pro game before. It is Hammam and Sitting Room.
Yeah.
We saw so much action on this side of the map when it was a roam clear, but I've never seen this as an actual bomb site chosen pro play.
there's one issue, and you see it right here. By that main external wall, there's a little half wall you can talk behind. You can plant there. So if you just get the main wall breach open, you can immediately start threatening a plant. So it's really important here for Weibo. They don't roam too heavily around the building and leave the bomb site vulnerable. They need to have something to shut down that plant, whether it be a C4 or Speakeasy on the Maestro here, for example. And I think that sole plant spot is why a lot of teams don't tend to go here, because you can lose the round incredibly quickly.
I remember playing this.
That's the wall right here.
Yeah, of course, you can pretty much plant almost exactly on the breach, but that's kind of a bait. That's what Weibo want you to think.
I don't know.
Said,
I think they could totally go for it. All they need is a little bit of upstairs control for the verticality of Solace, and then Maestro's already dead. They have one way to stop the plant. That's a single C4 from Gotti. I think this could work.
I think the big thing is killing Speakeasy early. Numbers advantage is everything when you want to go for a push like this. However, Reach is on throat flank. He's about to get targeted, however. Tries to look for the Deimos, and Hycal is now hunting him down. He can start pushing him back. He's actually in the perfect spot. What is going on? Weibo, look, you can't pick this bomb site and then not know how to hold it. Reaps is able to retake. This might actually make it okay for Weibo. The Solus is still up to try and deny that plant.
I see. 1 C4 and the Solus verticality can stop Torch from planting that down at Diffuser, but they're about ready to go for it, I think. I mean, they were just waiting for the perfect time. Maybe they want to send a player upstairs to go hunting for Reaps. It looks like it. Oh, they haven't popped the wall yet because there's a mirror window. Okay, now it's opened up. Here goes Blackbeard and Hysterics looking for Reaps.
Yeah, this is how it goes down the toilet for Elevate. If you start throwing bodies one by one, you've lost your numbers advantage. Reaps is happy to take these fights in close range in these hallways. He will be in the advantage. The smoke comes out, but it does go down. Hysterics has found a critical kill for Elevate. Gotti prepped his C4. Now him and Tosa are very exposed. He needs to find this kill up above. Hysterics is watching. Nitro Cell denies the plans. Diffuser, cold on the ground. Tosa and Gossi now on the defensive. It's up to Hysterics and Shibe to hunt them down. Shibe going for the kill in the close range situation. Gotti holding it down with the Vector. He goes and retakes that Diffuser. He can plant. There's no more C4 available. They need to try and take this 2v1 together. They don't know that Hysterics has actually dropped down below. Doesn't matter! One kill, the trade, back and forth, and Turnster is the final one to have the last laugh for Weibo. It's a 7-1 domination. Elevate never entered the server.
Oh my days. To do it on the 4th bomb site, the lowest priority, almost never seen in pro play as well, it's a statement. And it's kind of mocking Elevate a little bit, right? They're thinking, oh, you're not even going to be able to attack the weakest bomb site. We can defend this without a real strategy. They do exactly that. They lost top 4 control, Reaps retook it, and yet they still won the round because a beautiful C4 from Gotti got them back into the round. A 7-0 and very quick finish today.
I mean, the only real mistake from Weibo that round, aside from however Speakeasy died, was that brief moment where Reaps abandoned the hatch and Elevate got a kill because of it. But they don't dwell too much on the problems. They immediately know the win condition. They say, okay, well, all we have to do is deny this plan. I can do that with my C4. Maybe Reaps can burn a little bit of time and a couple of kills up top, and the round is theirs. The game is theirs. Hoven and Turd, 20 kills and 2 deaths between the two of them. What an unbelievable performance from Weibo.
Yeah, I mean, they started off strong, they continued strong, and at the end of the day, I think the only thing we can pinpoint for Elevate is that individually, the players just never really entered the server, right? 0-7 Tolji, 1-7 Barcode, and 1-7 Hysterics. They only had 2 people getting kills, and they're combining for 10 kills over the course of 7 rounds. That means Weibo, they were losing just a little bit over a player around on average, and that's obviously not very good. So, pretty much flawless.
You got 2 breadsticks and a donut. That never bodes well for your team across 7 rounds.
It does not.
Very rough. It does beg the question, though, with Weibo looking so dominant today, how can anyone hold a candle to this team? Between Orchid, Soul's Heart, and Daystar, the potential challenges, I don't know if... I think those 3 teams, they are reasonably close. Daystar clearly making a statement today with their win over Orchid. But even if Soul's Heart and Daystar and Orchid are at each other's throats, I think Weibo are just a cut above.
I can totally see that. Also, I just learned something. Supposedly, it's Gohan's birthday today. Is that why they played so well? Are they trying to just, play really nice with their coach? Say, we love you so much. Thank you for your hard work. Here's your birthday present. The quick 7-0.
Best birthday present for Coach Gohan from Weibo there. One of the most dominant 7-0s that I've seen in quite some time. Massive showing. Beautiful to see that with the new player addition, Gotti slotting in so perfectly. Weibo just seem to be at their best. Whether it's running the Monty, whether it's running the Blitz, whether it's running the Blackbeard, Speakeasy, has a smile on his dial. And when it comes to fragging out, everyone on this Weibo squad knows what to do. They always seem to have the read on the best way to play out a round. They know the win conditions, and they are so in sync like that. A great showing from them. Unfortunately for Elevate, let's maybe just briefly touch on them. Not what they've been looking for so far. A lot of pedigree in Hysterics and Tolji coming into the roster, but it's been a long time since they were in their peak form. Is this really the right move for Elevate?
To be fair, they played against Daystar first, 4-7 loss, nothing to be ashamed of. A 7-0 is never gonna feel good, but it is against Weibo. It's the one team where it's like, you lost out to Weibo? Most people would, right, in this region. So the real question for me is Elevate going forward from here on out. They've played arguably the top 2 teams. How can they fare against the 3rd, 4th, and 5th rated teams? Where do they find themselves in between all that?
Good point. I mean, Elevate's next games, you've got Syken Company, you've got Orchid.
Yeah, that's a big one for them.
You've got Soul's Heart, you've got Fury, and you've got HLT. I think the last 2 games, Fury and HLT, I'd be surprised if they lose that. I'd be disappointed if they lose those. The big games, the hard games from here on out, like you said, after already playing Daystar and Weibo, are going to be Soul's Heart and Orchid. But even next game against Syken Company, obviously Syken won today. They beat Fury. It looked pretty good. They showed us some quality siege. If Elevate play the way they did today against Syken Company, they might lose. And if they go into Playday 4 after losing 3 games, I think Elevate will be in shambles.
It would be. And this is one of the things that sucks about winners interviews often, right? Is that I actually would like to hear from the loser, just for the simple reason that what was up with the forest ban? It's gonna be in the back of my mind for days to come. So I might actually DM Cooley, the coach of the Elevate roster, and be like, hey, sorry, but like, what was this about? Because from the outside looking in, this didn't make any sense.
Please do, and let me know what he says. For now, though, there's one player that we want to talk about for a brief moment. Our MVP of today is actually from our first match of the day. It was Neon from Syken Company, all the way at the start of today, 160 EPS. Yes, he got maybe a little bit shown up by Hoven in that final game, but it's a very different context, and the context matters. The most valuable player today was in a game where Syken had to fight tooth and nail. It was a 12-rounder, it was a long game, very different context to Hoven popping off against 3 players with donuts. So no one can question Neon's impact. He was so quiet after the game finished, though, when we got him in the interview. Certainly did not seem to reflect how well he played today.
It's also a bit of a contrast to the playdate that he had yesterday. I think he was maining glass on the attack inside. He went 1 and 8. Then today, to drop like an insane, 18 kills or whatever, and like being the entry fragger and whatever else, that is a huge glow up from Playday 1 to Playday 2.
So our games just got more and more one-sided as the day went on. Let's have a look at where that sits us on the standings. Weibo, of course, reigning supreme, only having dropped a single round over their first week of games. 1 round to Syken Company and 0 rounds to Elevate. Soul's Heart coming in 2nd place, just thanks to having a little bit better of a round difference compared to Daystar, but I think it's quite clear that Daystar are in peak form right now and arguably have had much harder opponents than Soul's Heart after trying to verse Orchid. So it's going to be a tough slog, I think, in the mid-pack here. Weibo clearly up and above at the top. Soul's Heart, Daystar, Orchid fighting for the middle, and then the rest of the squad at the very bottom. It's hard to say where the kind of bottom 7 will end up, but we only have 1 spot at AWC out of Asia. It's hard to imagine anyone being able to contest Weibo in their current form.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, right? Because if the story going forward the next couple of playdays is going to be Weibo locked in first place guaranteed, I hate when the region is like predetermined. And it's a shame having only 1 spot because we had 2 spots for both Daystar and of course we were qualified during kickoff. It was like, oh, who's going to get that 2nd spot? Orchid, Daystar, Soul's Heart. It was much more exciting for that reason. But I also do love Weibo just being the best, because they're a very humble team, they're nice to talk to, they give good interviews, and they've done a great job of representing Asia and APL over the last couple of years.
Totally, but also don't forget that just like Weibo are undefeated, Daystar and Soul's Heart are also undefeated, and Daystar today with a convincing win over Orchid are really making a case that week by week, Daystar will continue mounting until that final playday where they get their shot against Weibo.
Yeah.
That game could be the game that determines which of those two teams go to the Esports World Cup. But of course, APL is finished for the night, but it continues tomorrow with APAC North, so be there or be square. Until then, have a lovely night.